The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The final day of Rapid was filled with decisive results at the Superbet Rapid Blitz in Warsaw, Poland. With crucial points up for grabs, tail-enders scrambled to gain ground as front-runners pressed on. The king has returned and the field took notice as world number one Magnus Carlsen took the Romanian players to task, winning his first two games of this event. Levon Aronian cruised by co-leader Wesley but was unable to steal the lead from Jan-Krzysztof Duda, drawing their final round matchup. Duda remains hot and sits in sole lead after the rapid section. Can he blitz his way to a second title? Day 4 of thrilling chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 4 of the 2023 Superbet Rapid Blitz held here in Warsaw, Poland. We've had some exciting fighting chess in the rapid portion, but finally the action is about to get faster and more furious because the Blitz is beginning. It's going to be super exciting. Let's go to the studio and start today's games.
We welcome you to the second stop on the 2023 Grand Chess Tour and our coverage of Superbet Poland. We come to you live from the St. Louis Chess Club. Good morning and welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi has been great. I really enjoyed it. What do you think about Duda?
He's undefeated and just cruising.
Isn't he? Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us and welcome to our show as the Superbet moves to the Blitz stage. And from Nazi and myself, we have just 3 words to say about the Rapid. Fabulous. It's great. And let's take a look at the standings, Nazi.
Right, after round 9, we have sole leader Jan-Krzysztof Duda with 13 points. And closely following Levon Aronian.
1 point.
And sharing third, Wesley and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Also 1 point.
And world number 1 came back yesterday and in clear 5th place right now, Magnus Carlsen.
Welcome back, Magnus. We missed you.
And Richard Rapport in clear 6th. Then sharing 7th place, Radoslaw, Wojtaszek and Anish, Giri.
Right.
And Bogdan Deac with 6 points and Kirill Shevchenko with 4 points.
And tell us about the format. It's Blitz, baby.
We have a 10-player round robin and the time control is 5 minutes with 2-second increment. Traditional scoring system, 1 point for win, half for draw and 0 for loss.
No draw offers, and tell us about the schedule.
We have 2 days of Blitz coming up, and today we have rounds 1 through 9, and tomorrow will be the final day, rounds 10 to 18th.
Outstanding. Very fortunate to have in studio Varuzhan. Var, we've got 5 players in form, and they are some of the greatest Blitz players in the world. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how the Blitz portion will go, and these players are specialists, and I think they all have chances here. Even Magnus with his 3 points behind, but I think if he has a really hot streak here, he has a chance to catch up with Duda. Let's take a look at the live rankings in Blitz. So we have Magnus 3rd in the world, Anish 5th, Levon 6th, Duda's 9th, and then we have Wesley as well. These 5 players are really strong specialists, and of course, let's not forget MVL, who won the World Blitz Championship 2 years ago in Poland, and of course, Richard Rapport, always very dangerous. And let's take a look at Duda's line score here. He's been very, very impressive, undefeated with 4 wins and 5 draws, clear first place, but closely followed by Levon, so still many games to go, 18 rounds of Blitz, so anything can happen. And we can go to Poland to our colleagues Anastasia and Cristian.
Thanks, Var, and welcome back, chess fans, to day 4 here in Warsaw, Poland, for the Superbet Rapid and Blitz. And what an exciting event we've had so far. But the action is about to get faster and, of course, more furious. And I have my eyes on two incredible players. One of them is Levon Aronian. Let's not forget, he is, in fact, the wild card going into this event after the world champion, Deac, dropped out of the event, and he was told that he's going to play this event only a week ago. He didn't have enough time to get any opening preparation going, but he is an instinctive genius and he's showing it in this event. So far he's been doing amazing, but I have to say I talked to him after the last round yesterday and he was a bit disappointed that he was unable to overcome the tenacious defense of Duda. With that victory he would have leapfrogged Duda and he would have been the sole leader going into the blitz portion. Nevertheless, still plenty of games to go, still plenty of chances to potentially put his stamp on this event. And of course, another player that I'm having my eyes on is the former world champion Magnus Carlsen, who is definitely warming up. In day 3, he had a great day at the office, 2 victories with the black pieces and that incredible game against Rapport in the final round. He's definitely enjoying playing chess and it definitely shows in the event so far. Anastasia, you've been hanging around with Magnus, you've been following him along. What did you see from him?
Yeah, I saw him many times giving autographs, all the time. Even when he's walking to the plane, when some people jump on him and try to get some selfies and autographs, and it's really nice to see him in a good mood. And of course, today is a special day for him too, because his coach, his second, Peter Heine Nielsen, has 50th anniversary, his birthday, and Magnus even published a tweet.
Happy birthday!
Congratulating him, happy birthday, Peter Heine. And maybe if the day goes well, he will also devote some of the victories to his coach.
Well, we have had some great ones and many more to come, he is predicting. So definitely, and take a look at this. I mean,
craziness,
just
really.
Craziness.
I mean, you cannot imagine how many people were waiting for Magnus yesterday. He spent, I don't know, 15 minutes to half an hour signing autographs, taking selfies. It was really nice of him actually to, really to please the crowd, and everybody was happy. Kids were, so happy, smiling, and I caught some videos during this time. You see, the kids even. It was really nice, but I also keep my eyes on Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He is my pick. And by the way, last year he won this event, and as they say, even walls help you, right? I mean, he's a local here. He feels really good here. Also, many fans are after him, and people are watching him here, and he's a local star. So I really think that it's going to be an interesting fight today between those great players.
The energy is absolutely amazing here in Warsaw. We will be giving you all the insights, analyze some games, and keep you guys up to date with what's happening here. See you guys soon.
Social media, yes.
Social media, yeah, don't forget about social media.
Never forget about social media. Please follow all our accounts, Grand Chess Story, for some insights and more videos.
Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Cristian. Very heartwarming to see those photos of Magnus signing all of those
such
autographs.
Dedicated fans.
Yes. But Nazi, set the table for us. Tell us about the pairings for the Blitz round 1.
Let's take a look. We have Deac playing Shevchenko, Wojtaszek against Wesley, Magnus Carlsen playing MVL.
And that will be our marquee matchup that we'll concentrate on for this game. For this
Rapport
round.
against Duda.
And that will be Plan B.
Giri against Aronian.
Plan C. Very, very nice. And they were expecting a lot of fighting chess. What are they fighting for?
They're fighting for a handsome prize fund. The first place winner is going to get $40,000, second place $30,000, third place $25,000.
$175,000 in total prizes, all the way down to 10th place, $7,000. The Grand Chess Tour points up for grabs. Win clear first, you get a bonus point of 13 points. Tie for first, you chop up to 12 points. The player with the most Grand Chess Tour points at the end of the tour gets a svelte extra $100,000 bonus. It's all to play for. There you see our leader with the black pieces, Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Rapport. When you're playing Blitz, by the way, I always like to wear a suit jacket and tie and stuff at the game. But when you're playing Blitz, come in a short sleeve shirt. You do not want to be constrained. You got to play
As
fast.
comfortable as possible.
Exactly.
And don't need any restrictions on your hand.
That's exactly it. Big shout out to Peter Heineken at 50 years young. He's been a long-time coach of Magnus Carlsen. I remember a tournament played in Amsterdam where it was the professors versus the youths, and Magnus was playing. We all went on a canal boat trip, and Magnus was leaning over the boat, and Peter grabbed him by the hips and said, "Don't tempt me to throw you overboard." As we see Gary Kasparov, the Grandchester founder. He doesn't know where he wants to move.
Wesley's offering to take a seat, I think, to play.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wesley was saying, "Go ahead, take a seat."
Yes. I think that's Magnus's seat, by the way.
Oh.
Yes, because Magnus is playing MVL, and there he is.
Just waiting.
It's a sequel, Magnus. Yeah? Do you mind?
Sure.
Sure. Sure means yes or no.
You mean the move or to make the move? Yeah. No, you can play knight f3.
Yes. Good, solid. Okay.
And strategic opening.
I rozpoczęcie tego gongu prosimy Jan-Krzysztofa, zwycięzcę konkursu.
And the round begins.
And the round begins. Once again, because there's 5 games and they'll be playing so fast, we'll focus on one. If it fizzles out, we'll move. But the game we're going to focus on is Magnus versus MVL, knight f3, inviting an open Sicilian. Will Magnus play
Magnus
e4?
does not feel like he's in a rush.
He's not in a rush. c4.
4.
Okay. So will we be seeing a e5? Yes.
E5's on the board.
Very, very popular system. I love playing this as white myself. I've a castle, play a2, a3, go for the b4 break, and try to sit on the d5 square. That's been my go-to plan forever and ever. Amen.
There's still a lot of theory here.
Absolutely.
Black knight usually goes to e7, correct?
Yes. Yes. It's a little bit more flexible, allows black on occasion to play for f7, f5. There we have it, a2, a3. Now the conventional story is you go rook b1, knight e1, you go rook b1, knight e1, knight to c2, and knight goes to e3. It's a long-winded
Long journey.
maneuver, but the idea is you want to park your knight on the beautiful outpost d5 in the middle of the board. Here we go, rook b1.
Once knight is on c2, does
Yes.
white also maybe want to play b4?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Bishop g5, it rather induces the move f7, f6. If you do play h6, I am willing to capture the knight. Now, this, I think, is a mistake or mistimed by black, because now it's easier for white to take command of the d5 square. This bishop on g7 doesn't fight for
And
control.
just to mention black's plan, they usually also play f5 and try to expand on the king side, while white plays in the center and possibly on the queen side with b4.
Exactly. So here it comes. Knight d5 is an automatic with the idea of following it up very, very quickly. Let me get rid of my arrows. Knight to d5, attacking the queen. Normally speaking, you don't want to trade, but knight d5 with the idea of b4. And here we go. Now will we see b4 bar? I'm thinking it's comfy for white, but maybe the computer has a different idea.
No, you're absolutely right. It's a very big advantage now for white. It's a very easy to play.
Exactly.
The B file is going to get opened, and I think that move f6 was necessary when the bishop was on g5 to try to prevent bishop takes e7, because now it's very, very easy to play. The knight on d5 is very strong, clear plan, pressure on b7, especially in blitz.
Yes.
This is a dream position for white.
Agreed,
It's a great opening choice by Magnus.
Yeah, well, it certainly is playing out. By the way, pawn on c5 is very vulnerable. If it was my turn, I could take and play knight b3. And you just tell me how you're going to defend c5. You're looking. It's not easy, Nazi. I mean, so already, and we could see, for example, after takes, knight takes b4, the bishop on g2, eyeballing this long diagonal. It's not
I feel
easy.
like Maxime needs to maybe sacrifice a pawn somewhere to try to create the counterplay on the king side. So maybe take on b4 and e4 or something really quickly.
Yes, just to break up White's strategy, which really rather plays itself. Again, White is looking to capture on c5, maybe play rook b5, maybe play knight b3, and just go for the queen side. In the meantime, with with White's king only protected by the bishop, you got to do something. But f4, nah, you just give up
I
the
like
e4.
e4 better.
I like e4, followed by these ideas of maybe even g5 with the idea e4 and f4. But yeah, and by the way, clock times?
Clock times, Maxime's down by 1 minute, so he has 2 minutes and 45 seconds, and Magnus has 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
A significant difference on the clock.
Definitely, in Blitz, time matters a lot. So
I really
there's
don't
no
like.
knight b6.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that you didn't want a weakness on c5, but this whole, this whole strategy of rook c8, the rook's not well placed here. First of all, there is that, and secondly, that just pulls your pieces away from your whole e4. So here, a move like e3, I find very flexible. I love rook b6.
Rook b6 looks very good.
In terms of basketball terms, posting up, very nice.
And here we go, Maxime playing h5, trying to create some counterplay on the king side.
Again,
It will not be easy.
Yeah, but I don't like this move because it invites the answer knight f3, threatening knight g5. You're virtually forced to play bishop h6. And
Do you
again,
think Magnus should play h4 now, or is it unnecessary?
I'm thinking I just want to defend d5, so I probably will start with the move. I don't want to see bishop takes and the diagonal being closed. So I'm thinking rook to b5, possibly knight e1, knight b3, and knight c2 and knight b4. But I'm thinking rook b5 for the moment.
There is a very nice tactic there, Yasser.
Please.
If you play h4 here,
Yes.
it's a very good move actually to control the g5. And if you take on
Really?
d5,
Yeah?
knight takes e5.
Sweet. So h4,
Which he
and
played.
guess what? He spotted the tactic. Bishop takes d5, knight takes e5, followed by bishop takes d5, and
Maxime, of
how
course,
sweet
avoids
it is. And he avoided it. And
Yes.
now we have rook
Yeah.
b5.
He's playing all our moves.
These guys are good. We keep emphasizing it. I didn't really see the difference between playing h4. I thought rook b5, and you can always play h4.
Black would probably immediately go g5. So
Ooh.
Magnus just wants to shut it down completely.
I'm not sure. G5, H4, G5, G4, knight G5. Again, I love this. What is White doing? White is ready to go rook B5, queen B3. I mean, triple and force. It's just not going well for.
How should White deal with this d5 issue right now?
You take on E7.
We take, because we
Yes.
do have knight b6 option.
Yeah, I feel like every time I trade off a defender of the d5 square, this bishop will not be able to defend the d5 square. So I feel I'm getting. I was going to say I like trading and then following it up with queen b3 and keeping the diagonal open.
Yeah,
Not
queen
that
b3,
White.
Doing
not-
two things at once, defending d5 and preparing rook b1.
Yeah, but at the same time, this bishop on g2 is a little bit crying. Okay, I get it. You can play now knight d2 and knight c4.
Nice square for the knight, attacking
Gorgeous square.
d6.
Yeah, gorgeous square for the knight. Seriously, Var, this feels like play on one goal. And where is Maxime? There's no counterplay.
Maxime is in big trouble. I think this is just losing position. Knight is going to come to c4, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
The other rook will come to b1, and eventually I think one of the spawns will fall on b7 or d6 here. It's extremely passive position. And even the move f4 that you're going to try to do, you have to be very careful, because sometimes that will allow the move bishop h3, bishop e6 later on as well. And that will be devastating if the bishop gets on e6.
True that.
So very, very passive position. And according to engines, this is just winning for white.
Yeah, knight d2, easy play. Bit surprising that Magnus is thinking. The only reason I can imagine him thinking is he's contemplating playing d4 or even possibly playing e4 for the
e4.
reasons.
E4 is very strong here.
E4, possibly for the reasons you were just mentioning, bishop h3, but he falls back on. I mean, I would find this move so compelling. The knight looks, I mean, just compare knights. I mean, you know, the knights speak for themselves.
They do. And Maxime has minute and 5 seconds now. Magnus 1 minute and 20 seconds.
I love what Var was saying. E4, bishop h3, bringing that bishop into the play on the
Improving
diagonal.
our bishop. He starts with bishop h3.
Love it.
E4 will be coming.
Love it. Always look, pardon me, always look at your pieces and say, how can I improve them? Bishop on g2 defends the king is very nice, but the king is not under attack. And whereas you put the bishop on h3, you follow it up with e4, and your bishop is immediately put to work. If you wanted to play rook b1, you've got my vote. There is a slight possibility that the move f2, f4 could be compelling, and that's why I don't think Magnus wanted to commit himself.
I think the key point is after we play e4, if we manage to open up this diagonal, but he just played e4, yeah, we would be taking the knight on c8, and then d6 and b7 would just fall.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And here it looks like d6 is under a lot of pressure.
Right.
It's rook b6 next if needed.
Rook b6, knight
If
c8.
needed.
Right, but this move, just cozying up to the b pawn, really asks a very salient question. What are you going to do? And, well, there wasn't much for MVL to do. He's holding, Var.
Yes.
How do you breach Black's defenses? Do you play for queen b2 and f4? Do you play to create a weakness on,
Plays rook a5, very good.
breaking through on the a file, maybe?
Yeah, now rook b1 will come as well. And by the way, guys, Duda is about to lose his first game, and that will be a big result. If Magnus wins now, it will be only 2 points difference between him and Duda.
Wow.
Commentators curse.
Wesley drew his game against Wojtaszek.
Okay,
All right.
and by the way, Magnus has made some very, very serious inroads. I mentioned a moment ago that the rook has uses on f1.
Right.
Suddenly,
It's smart to
yes.
keep one piece near the king to defend everything on the king side, and looks like white's queen and knight will just pick up everything on the queen side.
It sure does, and there goes that d6 pawn. We spoke about it, and Magnus is like, what's better than being one pawn up?
Being up 2 pawns.
There you go. F4, and this is basically a Hail Mary.
And
I
Bill's
mean,
down to 9 seconds. And to remind everyone, they only have 2-second increment.
exactly. Takes. There goes the queen trade.
We have opposite colored bishops, but
2 extra
2
pawns.
extra pawns, and we have other pieces on the board.
Exactly. Now here, rook f7. Ooh, even
D6.
better. Even better.
And
Magnus is playing just
technique is just incredible.
superb. He really is playing a superb game at the moment.
So now just rook f7 looks very tempting, right?
Oh, definitely. Rook f7 with the idea knight e8, knight e6. Now you can play.
MVL 5 seconds,
Yeah, but
Magnus 15 seconds.
you gotta like the spike check. King
Yeah, I think we're
f1.
a few moves away from resigning, right?
Yeah, we're just making sure there's no perpetuals, but
And there we
yeah.
go.
Sorry,
Great game.
but great game, but I really want to say very, very one-sided.
Let's
I think
check
we've got
Duda.
Duda, Richie.
Oh, Rapport is
He's
completely
3
winning.
pawns ahead.
What's
And-
better
and there
than
we
being
go.
2 pawns ahead? And there we
Richard
go.
wins
We just
it.
came in at the very end. I
And looks like
believe
Anish is winning
Gives Duda
against
his
Levon,
first
guys.
defeat.
Anish Giri.
Wow, Blitz, what's happening?
Well, we did
White
see
winning.
when we opened the show, VAR was showing us the highest rated players in the world in Blitz. Anish is
And
one of
Magnus,
them.
Yes.
And there you see that little petite combination that Anish has just set up. Bishop takes g5. You can't capture
I think
because,
it's over.
and rook g5, and game over.
Oh wait, I think he blundered.
Why?
It was.
Rook takes h6. Rook takes h6.
Oh, never mind.
Check. Is time a factor? I see you very
Yes,
nervous
of
looking
course.
Anish Giri.
They're both playing on 5 seconds, so
Oh, wow.
of course Anish is winning, but anything can happen. Well, the A pawn pushes itself. So.
Uh-huh. It's it's
Levon's
going.
king on d4.
It's going. It's going. It's not gone, but it's coronation time. Queen David 8, attack the bishop. Ooh.
Yeah, I think this
Well,
is.
you've allowed rook takes a6, making it just a
Well,
little
White
bit.
now has 2 connected passers, C and D.
Yeah, but there's some counterplay with the b.
Levon
Maybe.
with 2 second.
Oh, well, you're
on the
right.
block.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, those 2 pawns are unstoppable.
True that. And the bishop's a little bit trapped as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a very
And
strong
bishop
move.
is trapped now.
So the pawns are going to cost black a rook.
It's over. Anish wins.
Anish,
So 2 leaders today, Duda and Levon, both lost.
right out of
And
the
their
gate.
first loss for both of them.
Wow.
And also want to point
And
out
for
Kirill
Maggie, that was like very nice. Sorry?
and Kirill Shevchenko, I think that's his first win in the tournament as well.
Oh, congratulations
Yes,
to
Kirill won.
So we had 4 decisive results out of 5.
I tell
Not
you.
a bad start.
Wow. I'm still kind of impressed. Well, I am overly impressed by Maggie. I mean, MVL just he was watching. He was watching throughout VAR. What caught your eye? In
Absolutely,
This first?
Magnus' game was very, very impressive, and again,
One-sided.
he's picking up a form here. The game that caught my eye was Richard Rapport winning against Duda, the leader of the tournament, and giving Duda his first loss here. I want to show you the opening because it's a very unusual opening, and which is expected from Rapport here. So d4, knight f6, bishop g5, and now I play the move c5. And here we know d5 is one of the main moves in this position, but he just took on f6. And now he took on c5. This is a little bit unusual because normally we play the move d5 here. But looks like Ricci knew what to do and got a really good position out of the opening here. And now simply developing his pieces. And he went for the long castling here and queen d4, centralizing the queen, getting ready to play long castle. And right out of the opening, I think he had a very comfortable position because it was difficult for black to figure out what to do with this king here. You can't really castle short, and also it was difficult to castle long for him as well. And Ricci continued with this knight g3. I like this idea because now the knight on g3 is threatening to play knight h5. Very annoying, putting pressure on f6. So he forced the move h5, but now we know that this is going to be a problem. And after the move h4, it's just going to be a weakness and bishop e2. So, and he got a very nice position here. Here already, White has a very, very nice advantage. And
This looks like it came from the Sicilian.
Yes, exactly, doesn't it?
yeah, and now d5 came in and he captured. Again, throughout the whole game, he had a very nice advantage here, and he's already up a pawn here and picked up the second pawn and eventually converted into a victory here. And the other game that I have here, guys, is the Wojtaszek. So this was more or less a very solid game here, and not that much happened here. Queen's Gambit declined, and players played a very solid line, and it ended up in an endgame. And I've actually played this before. There's a very, very solid position, you know, symmetrical pawn structure as well. And after a lot of exchanges, it just fizzled out into a draw.
Thank you, VAR. And you were mentioning 4 decisive games, Nasi. Tell us about the standings and how those 4 games shook them up.
Are this up? Oh, okay, so we have blitz score, so
Right. So both Duda and Levon lost, so their
Their
score
score
didn't
didn't
change. But Wesley made a draw.
so he got a half a point,
Right.
and Magnus Carlsen won, so he's now sharing 4th with MBL.
And yes, exactly.
And Richard won his game, He's still in the 6th place, but 10 points, very close to sharing 4th as well.
My pick, Anish, is in there with a shout.
Yes, he delivered a nice win, and Radoslaw drew against Wesley, right?
Right.
And Bogdan had a loss against Kirill.
And finally, Kirill winning our first game. Well done to him. And let's jump to Warsaw for the view there. Cristian and Anastasia.
Fireworks in all the games, guys, I have to tell you, and let's pick it up where we left it. We didn't see, we saw only the end of this game, Anish versus Levon, and what a critical game. Anish hasn't had a very good event so far. Levon has been playing great chess, but unfortunately for him, not in this game. Let's take a look at what happened. Anish opened with the Italian Gioco Piano, you know, inviting a long game, and this is exactly what he got, as we can see. And he also knew the theory better, as I will show you in just a second. Bishop to a4, c6, and now b5. This is the novelty coming from Levon, but unfortunately it's not a great novelty. Better would have been to go knight h5, try to secure control over that f4 square and potentially hang around with the knights. f4, maybe knight to h4. This would have given black a great position. b5, the problem is I can hook that with the move a4, and that's going to create some structural weaknesses in the position. And Giri, I have to say, he exploited them quite well. Knight to f1, knight to g3, and now c5. Due to this reason, White has a great opportunity to close the center, which he did with the move d5. Follow it up with c4. Do not allow black to go c4, because now the bishop on a7 doesn't have where to go. He's going to be locked forever. And take a look. This is play on one goal, as Yasser always likes to say. Rook to g1, knight to h2, very important move to try to go f4 and open up the position on the king side. And he played a model game. The problem is, he got himself in trouble, as we will see. Anish, that is, and you guys caught the moment on camera right there. It was at this point. He was playing a brilliant game, nice attacking game. Everything is flowing correctly, and this was the critical move.
Wow,
bishop takes g5, rook f7, and now bishop takes h6. Blunder alert. Rook takes h6,
yes.
Good start. And after rook to g5, this was the critical mistake. Of course, it's very difficult to find. At this point, I think he only had a few seconds left. Rook to f1 wins for black. Levon Aronian had a golden opportunity. King g2, and now rook to f4. Forcing rook takes g6, because you have to do something with this queen, and that's a pin.
Oh my God.
You can go back to g3, but now I take on g5. And now that's another pin, rook to g6. So you don't have time to get your right position with the king and the queen off the g file. This would have been a golden opportunity for Levon. He did not take that, and after that, he lost an easy game. Anastasia, which game were you looking at?
I was looking at the game, this derby between two Romanian players, Bogdan, Deac, and Kirill, Shevchenko. But before that, I want to say that Garry Kasparov came to make this first symbolic move for Magnus, and his place was empty. And Wesley so immediately invited Garry to play, you know, instead of Magnus, and they were laughing a lot about it. But then Magnus jumped in, and okay, he had to make this symbolic move.
Play the move for me.
Yes, and said, okay, Garry, you can play a couple of moves, but not more. So Kirill Shevchenko actually managed to win this game, but it was still very interesting. There were a few interesting moments, so let's...
First win of the tournament,
yes,
I think
so, yes. I mean, he was not having such a great tournament so far, but there were a couple of interesting moments, so they went to this position over here. Is it all fine? So
a3, yes.
Yes. A3, and I mean, okay, they were, you know, playing with knights, maneuvering, and then this move e4 I think was not so great, because he gave up the square on d4, so black came finally with the knight on d4, and here was also a very interesting moment. Bishop could take on a5, and there was some crazy variation from the composer, like you go here and then crazy move knight b3, and if you take all this, look what happens at the end of the variation, like all the pieces are getting lost, and then bishop c4, so it was a very interesting opportunity.
I honestly think he just forgot about that a5 pawn.
Yes, I think so, but I think they were calculating all these variations, and in the end decided maybe not to go for it. So he played just solid rook b1, but you can understand that black is now better after that. Yes, so I want to show also another mode. So black was good all the way, but look what happened at a certain point. I mean, I just want to get here rook f6 and then rook d8, and here white could, sorry, if we go back to rook d6, yes.
I think it's somewhere around here.
Yes. No, all the way, rook d6,
all the way towards the end.
Yes, so there was a very, very nice moment which I want to show. Yes, instead of taking on d6, white could have taken on f7. And the logical move, rook d2, right? I mean, you want to play this move.
It looks like it's winning.
Yes, but it's winning for white. Look, rook d2, rook takes, and then rook f8. You can find the checkmate, yes, in a couple of moves, or maybe, yes, in a couple of moves, king g7, rook f7. Let's show it on the board. This is how white could actually finish the game. Instead of it, Bogdan took on d6, exchanged the rooks, and unfortunately, after that, black just have really great position. You know, this bishop on g2 is doing nothing, and they eventually Kirill won, and probably on time. Yes,
he actually did not manage to make this move rook takes d6 on time. So he was probably calculating rook takes f7. He did not play it. He went for rook takes d6, but too late. He lost on time.
Wow. This is what happened. Okay, we didn't have chance to run there, but now we understood the whole thing.
This is the high variance that Magnus has been talking about in the blitz portion. And right now, Magnus, by the way, he's only 2 points behind Duda. This tournament is heating up, guys.
Anastasiya Karlovich. Through the magic of television, let's just review a moment there between Anish, Giri and Levon, Aronian at the very end, as the 2 pawns just going up the board, cruising. And this move I really like. Dominates the bishop, queen a5.
Trapping the queen in the midst of all this.
Exactly. And Levon realizing
White. Queen with a check.
Yeah, nothing to be done. And very nice, Anish. And as we get ready for our round 2, let's take a look at our standings.
Right, Jan-Krzysztof Duda is still in solid.
Right, despite a loss, his first loss of the event.
Yes, closely following Levon Aronian in the 2nd place, and clear 3rd Wesley and sharing 4th Magnus Carlsen.
Thanks to Magnus's victory over MVL.
Over MVL.
Right.
Sharing with MVL.
Richie climbing up a little bit.
In the 6th place, and Anish Giri with that win, also trying to catch up with the leaders.
Make me proud, Anish. And let's just take a look at our round 2 blitz pairings coming up. Nasi, do the honors.
Shevchenko playing Aronian. So Levon has 2nd black pieces today.
Right.
Duda against Giri.
Right.
Vachier-Lagrave against Rapport. And Wesley against Carlsen.
That's got to be our marquee game, but we will use the Duda Giri as a backup.
Yes, and we have Deac against Wojtaszek.
Whew, the blitz is hot and furious. Nasi and I are just kind of catching our breaths. What about you, Var?
Same, very exciting, and we see both leaders, Duda and Levon, losing, and that opens up the tournament even more now. I think Magnus is in the race now with just only 2 points and still 18 blitz games to go. So it's very hard to see who is going to win. Somebody needs to have a really good streak in this blitz portion to have a good chance to win this tournament. So very excited to see what's going to happen in the next few rounds, guys.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. Absolutely. And once again, this is our schedule.
Right, we have 2 days of blitz, and today they're playing rounds 1 through 9.
Right.
And tomorrow will be the final day, and they will play 10 through 18th games.
Exactly. So it's double round robin. So when you were telling, was it Levon has 2 blacks?
Yes.
He'll start tomorrow with the 2 whites because they'll just reverse the colors. But 4 out of 5 games decisive, 80%. So that variance factor, once the clocks are sped up considerably, you do see the players having far more decisive games.
Less draws, and that's why we love blitz.
Exactly, we sure do. Whew,
and we don't have anybody undefeated anymore. We had Levon and
Duda,
and they both lost. So no undefeated players anymore. So now I think players are going to take more chances.
I don't know. I wanna argue that Magnus is undefeated. He only lost his first game. Ever since that first loss, which you can forget about.
Yeah. Scratch
I mean, he's been undefeated since.
Yeah.
That's a warm-up game.
It was a warm-up game. It did count. It was a practice. We have a poll that we asked. We're not quite ready to share what the poll was about, but we might have asked. I'll ask our panel. Going into tomorrow's round, will there be a clear leader? We had a clear leader coming into today.
Yes.
You think so?
Yes. But there will be few people who will be very close.
Very close. Jump in.
Yeah, I think so. I think there will be a clear leader, and I'm going to take a bold prediction. I think Magnus will be leading the tournament, but it'll be very close.
Ooh, I, on the other hand, will be the contrarian. Players have a tendency to somehow gather, right? Birds of a feather flock together type of thing. I'm going to suggest that there's going to be a three-way tie for first. And here is the poll.
So, which of these top FIDE Blitz rated players will perform best today? Was the question, and 68% of people said Magnus Carlsen,
Right.
16% Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and only 7% people said Levon and Anish.
Well, it must be the Jedi mind trick out there. I've convinced people that my pick for the tournament wasn't so bad. It was a terrible pick,
But
at least
also-
as far as the Rapids were
Also,
concerned.
he is very high rated in Blitz.
He is.
He's number 5 in the world.
Yeah,
so
he's really, really up there as the players getting ready for the second round. Again, Wesley So quietly at the top as well, Var. Wesley, Magnus, in terms of Blitz, do we have those stats, how they do head-to-head with one another? We don't keep the stats of the Blitz, but I'm thinking that Wesley is not only a seasoned Blitz player, but I think he's very successful in the Blitz and Rapids. Barb, back me up on
Absolutely agree. Wesley is very natural player, and his instincts are great. Again, he doesn't make too many mistakes, and he's got fantastic time management. I personally played him hundreds of Blitz games. He is just one of the very, very top Blitz players in the world.
Wow, as he's getting into the zone, preparing to face Magnus Carlsen.
Yasser, do you think we'll have a single match today where it'll be 5 draws?
No, no.
Very hard to achieve, actually, right?
Yeah, I think so many players here are swinging for the fences. I think they love the fact that, they don't really care about their Blitz rating. Yeah, they do, but they really don't. Not as much as their classical. The classical ratings are really what's going to get them the invites. So when, the gloves are off and you can just throw the patties, I mean, look at these two guys. Would a loss ruin their careers? No.
Just their mood and their day.
Exactly, just their mood in the day. Very, very temporary thing. And
Yeah,
so,
these guys don't get to take a lot of risks usually in their
Right.
classical games. So
yeah,
in the Blitz is where they all do it.
exactly. Now the youthful Kirill versus the wily old fox. I think I can call him that. He'll hate me for it, love me for it. Levon saying, "Okay, young man, let me take you to the school and show you how we do it."
Magnus getting scanned.
Wanted, yeah. In you go. I like the report from Anastasiya on the social media the other day that Magnus wasn't recognized and he couldn't clear through security.
He wasn't wearing the badge.
And
right?
didn't have the
Yeah, he
badge
wasn't
with him.
wearing the badge. His standard pickup line, "Hi, I'm Magnus Carlsen," didn't work. I mean,
They needed proof.
right. As you see, Leonard Otis, our official photographer, and I
We'll
think we
have
have
ceremonial first move.
it's Wesley So
E4.
doing it. E2, E4. Nice. I'm not sure if that was the super bet.
I'm not sure what that was, yes.
Yeah,
We didn't get the name.
we didn't get the name. No worries, as Wesley So
And the round begins.
and Magnus Carlsen starting round 2.
Ooh.
Ooh, Scandinavian.
Was not expecting that.
Okay. So we have.
Has Magnus played Scandinavian recently?
I've seen him play it in Blitz, but yeah, it's a rarity on the top. But when you want to surprise your opponent, it's one of those things that when you're not completely ready, like Wesley is so ready for E4, E5, Berlin or Italian. When you're not completely ready to meet a Scandinavian, it can be a little bit awkward. Bishop B4, okay, not C7, C6.
Do you think Wesley remembers the theory in Scandinavian?
I do. I just think that
These guys do check everything all the time.
He's so incredibly well prepared, and just the fact that he played D4, D5 so quickly, so certainly, just as you were mentioning, Var, He's got a natural touch.
Absolutely, and this is still lots of theory here, guys. I have about 50 games in a database here.
50,
And
wow.
I can tell Wesley knows this. So after the move d5, black has two options, can take on d5, he takes d5, or play the move knight bd7. So this is what he is thinking. And white is actually a little bit better because of the leading development. And if you take on d5, bishop d5, let's say if you try to castle, then there is a move bishop takes f6. And now you cannot take back with the queen because you're going to lose the pawn on b7. So you have to take back with the pawn, and now your king position is a little bit weak, so white will be better there.
That's
and,
just too ugly
yeah,
for
and if
words.
after d5 you play the move, let's say knight bd7,
Yeah.
then you're going to run into an idea like knight d4, and this is also looking good for white. So I think Wesley is doing really well so far.
Okay, the move
Magnus
d5
is
is just,
thinking,
yeah, just
Yeah, surprise Magnus. Yeah.
put the Magnus in the freeze there. Yeah,
Magnus down on time, so that's looking good for Wesley so far.
exactly. Instead of the move bishop b4, I'm a little bit more familiar with c7, c6 earlier, just to kind
Just
of
to avoid ideas like d5.
Yes, exactly.
That's the main move, Yasser. Main
Yeah,
move.
so here this move d5 is really put Magnus on the back foot. Again, castles, knight d4. It's easy to see that this bishop on c3 is eyeballing potential bishop f6 and g7 pawn. Like it or not, I'm thinking knight d7 is box, or what we would call
played it.
forced. And quickly, no knight d4, but quickly by Wesley, a capture. I guess Wesley is contemplating queen e2?
And creating a weak pawn on e6.
Exactly. Before we win him, we got to weaken him.
I've never heard that before.
Queen
remember
e2. Queen e2. Still theory, Var?
Still theory, but only 6 games played in a database here. And
Statistically, white should be doing well.
I see lots of draws in this
Oh,
position.
he took.
Queen e2 played 2 times, and also bishop takes e6 4 times.
Wow, bishop e6 was more popular. I thought queen e2 was automatic. He did take on e6, and they're going into a 3 versus 3. Nazi.
Is white, I mean, the way Wesley took on e6, he seems to be sure that white's going to be better in the end game, but is it really that big of an advantage? Bishop
I would
versus knight?
say a lot more minor advantage than he did if he had played queen
Right.
e2 immediately. But who knows? Again, Wesley, on the clock at least,
On the
is
clock, he
saying
has an
my
advantage."
preparation is outstanding. What about yours?
And Magnus Castle's long? I don't know,
Okay,
this
I'm
seems
thinking,
very close to completely equal.
well, maybe the question is, like if I play rook d1, anticipating check
G8.
and dropping back with the king, maybe this bishop is really putting a considerable pressure. And there we go. He didn't play rook to d1, he played rook to e1, looking to drop back with his king and not getting his rook trapped.
Actually, right now, Magnus could play knight d5, allow bishop g7 and go rook g8.
Yes, knight
So
d5.
that way he can free his knight right now.
Exactly, that, and this may be that key moment that he needs. Maybe rook e1 a little inexact. Maybe rook d1 to avoid
To avoid knight d5.
what you just said. But okay, this is. I feel, Var, that we're getting into a critical moment, and we just don't want to be in a long-term situation where the bishop is eyeing. Is there a freeing chance with knight d5? Because he's done it.
Knight e5 is definitely a possible move here. If you had just played rook h8, king f1, white is just better there. It's just a little bit annoying because you're going to have
Right.
problems moving your knight from f6. And also you have to watch out for ideas like knight g5 at some point. So probably you have to play the move h6. And you're really tied up there. And so just passive here. Most likely you're probably going to hold if you don't make any big mistakes. But this is more concrete here. And now bishop g7 needs to be played. Otherwise you don't have anything. So rook hg8. And now is a critical move bishop h6 because you really need to cover the f4 square.
Right. Inviting rook takes g2, but it's not like the rook is doing terrible things. Rook takes g2 with the bishop on h6. I can play rook d1
d1
and king f1. And the bishop might play tease on g5. Sorry, Nazi.
Yeah, I
yes.
think it's just easier to play with the bishop,
Yes.
in blitz especially.
Right.
But like Var said, with the accurate play, of course, it should be very close to equal. And Wesley doesn't take. He goes bishop d4.
I find that move surprising. I thought
Very
bishop g7 was very, very compelling. Bishop d4.
And now you need
Now-
f6 right
now
away.
you can
Just
play
shut down the
f6.
bishop.
And f6 does two things, actually. It does shut down the bishop, but it also shuts down the knight.
He played f6.
And you mentioned knight g5 it could have been awkward a move or two ago. That I don't know, guys, but
And
that
now
feels
c5
like,
also. c5 coming up, guys. Where is the
Yeah.
bishop going to go now?
Yeah, I think it's king f1, c5, maybe c4, maybe bishop e3. This feels like it's beginning to look too drawish. What was our backup game? Duda
Duda Giri, yes.
Giri? Just get an eye on that, if you don't mind, Var, and tell me if it's worth stealing away or not.
MVL Rapport game is very
Let's stay on
exciting.
this one for a little bit more. The other
Okay.
game is also looks kind of equal,
Dry.
dry, symmetrical.
Yeah.
So let's see if we'll have some more development here. So b3 played by Wesley is trying to secure that b2 square for the bishop
Right.
after the move c5.
Yeah. By the way, I feel like commentators curse because just a moment ago, Nazi, you said, are we ever going to see a round where all 5 games are drawn? And I go, no, next round, you know. c5, bishop b2, knight b8. The knight on d7 was no great shakes, I must say. I do like the idea of opening up the rook and bringing the knight to a little bit more freer square, if I can use that term. c5, c4, possibility. Because if you do take knight to b6 and recapturing the pawn, c5, c4 has got my attention. How about you, Nazi? How would you like
I
to play?
think black is completely fine.
Okay.
Because after f6, I think white's advantage, that was the better bishop,
Yep.
is gone. Because bishop is not better than black's knights anymore, in my
Clear.
opinion. So I think Wesley shouldn't take risks here.
Maybe shut it down. Personally, I do like knight d2.
Oh, as I said, Wesley shouldn't take
Take
risks
risks.
because g4.
Well, you did say, I mean, come on, you did say your bishop was getting shut down. So the idea of g4, g5, I think a lot of people would find that compelling. Just grabbing some space. I did like knight d2, possibly to reroute the knight to e4. The knight on f3, for me,
I
a
believe
little passive.
The main reason Wesley's putting pressure with g4 is because Magnus is down to 30 seconds.
Hello.
And Wesley has 2 minutes. So
Hello, that's
why
significant.
Wesley feels like he has a chance now.
Var, that I mean, you said it yourself. You've played a lot, if not hundreds of games with Wesley, and you know when he's ahead on time, he's a monster.
Absolutely, yes. And his time management is excellent here. He's got nearly 2 minutes versus 30 seconds for Magnus. And, you know, now he's got this g5 idea that it's still annoying because he wants to open up the diagonal. And h6 is not going to solve all the problems. Still, he can play the move h4 there. So now Magnus goes king d7.
By the way, I found the move rook d1 to e1 to be ambitious. Probably the best move to begin with, but also a move that says, I want to keep pieces on the board. I want to play for a win.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I
Now
like
g5
that.
is a good move as well now, creating the weakness
And
on
there
f6.
you see it, captures. The knight on f3 needs a better square immediately. I
No,
love
maybe
this
I was
move. Knight,
completely wrong
Now,
about White's position.
big
'cause-
advantage for white, guys.
Yeah,
now.
Wesley
then-
squeezed out a very nice advantage out of that, what I thought was very equal position.
agreed, and you don't see Magnus going down to 5 seconds on the clock. Ooh,
Wow.
seven
If
seconds.
Wesley keeps playing in this style, I think he has a very good chance of converting this.
Oh, and I love this move, knight back to f3. I was arguing that the pawn on f6 was freezing the knight. Now that the pawn is on f5, look at this. Just probing.
Wait, is there rook d1 check now and knight e6?
Love it. Immediate knight e6 as well.
And
But
where does the rook go? f7?
oh, I see rook d1 check
Right.
first, drive the king, then knight.
Then
I
knight
like
e6.
it. He's done it. He's from your lips to the chessboard.
Black's
Knight
position is
e6.
very unpleasant.
Oh,
Pawn.
give me the. Oh, what a pawn grubber.
It does
Boy.
allow knight d4, however.
Okay, that is counterplay. Oh, darn it. That is counterplay.
Magnus loves counterplay. He does have 6 seconds on the clock, and
And
Wesley
that's
has
a
1
pass
minute.
pawn. H pawn's Passers must be pushed. Oh, knight f7 will run into rook h7. Was h4 mistimed, Var?
I think it's fine now. He had to move knight f7 there. That would have been very strong. But here...
Can he pick
he's
up the
winning the
d-pawn with
d4
knight
pawn.
f3?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, he can pick up and he'll be up a pawn, and really good winning chances for Wesley here.
And here we go. We're going to be in a knight ending.
I don't think
where the
Magnus
weakness.
should exchange.
Oh
there
my
we go.
gosh, I agree with you. I don't think Magnus should have changed. But d3 was a good move.
Right.
Before white was ready to play king d2 to d3 takes pawn
Very nice.
c4.
Not separating his pawns.
Oh, and look at it. Oh,
I
this
think
should
this is
be winning.
winning.
Completely winning.
Completely
Wow,
winning
Wesley.
even.
My pick.
Now just b4 and then pick up the second.
And by the way, if Wesley were to win this game,
Yes.
he's beating an in-form Magnus.
Right.
I mean,
I
it's
was
not-
just going to say that to defeat Magnus when he's in form, that's incredible.
Right? That is really, really impressive. Knight e2.
Still not over, but
The
you
knight is
still
going to
have
be
careful.
coming knight to c3. I was about to say knight c3 to d5 was playing itself. But I remember I was in Oslo for the Fischer Random World Championship, and Wesley just clobbered Magnus in the final championship match. And it reminds me of the form that Wesley held. King g5, and I think Magnus is going to toss in the towel really soon.
Wow. And Wesley just outplayed Magnus completely.
That's exactly right. He really did. There's just no other way of putting it.
We
By the
hear
way-
that Giri has drawn his game against Duda.
And as soon as this is finished, we'll go to a game that MVL.
And MVL
Oh.
won his game against Rapport.
Talk about a comeback. I mean,
So it wasn't commentator's curse. We didn't get 5 draws.
and look at that.
Wow.
Magnus,
What a
boy.
game by Wesley.
that was really one-sided, and Magnus knows Wesley just played an incredibly good game. Kept advantage from start to finish. What do you have for his VAR? All games are finished. And we have, how
We
many
have 4
decisive
results,
games?
I think.
80% again?
Levon won his game.
Oh, that was important.
Wojtaszek won his game, and MVL won the game. So we only have 1 draw between Duda and Giri.
There we go, 80%. Over to you, Var. Break down round 2 a little bit for us.
Yeah, the game that caught my eye is the Wojtaszek game. He won the first game, if you remember, against Magnus. And then he didn't win any games since then. But now he won this very good game, I think, against Deac here. And I want to show you this interesting moment in this game here. So in this position, he just played the move, the b5, which is sacrificing a pawn. But it's a positional pawn sacrifice because after bishop takes f6, if you take g takes f6, knight c3 will come back. Black is still doing OK, but your king position is weakened. So he played the move queen f6, allowing the move knight b6. And now rook d8, and now he has 2 bishops, an open d file as well, and he managed really to outplay his opponent here. Queen e6 now attacking the knight, forcing the move knight c3, and now he played knight e5. And then he got the opportunity to put a knight on d3, and it was extremely strong here. Just a couple of more moves, knight g5, queen h6, f4, and knight is coming to d3 here. And this knight was very, very strong here, just making it very difficult for white to move. And he went on to win the game here. Bishop h4, bishop e6, f5 now, removing the knight from e4, knight c3. And now all the pieces are in the game, and white's pieces are very, very cramped. It's very hard to do anything here. The rook on f5, for example, is trapped. You're down a pawn, but you have a very good compensation here. And bishop f6. And now putting some pressure on b3 and also d2. So here it's already a very big advantage, and at the end he won exchange and won this game. Another game that I was keeping an eye on is the Anish Giri game, and that game ended in a draw. It was a very solid game that ended in a 2 rook end game that just a equal pawn structure, so they ended up making a draw here.
And our standing after 2 very eventful Blitz rounds. What do they have for us?
Changes.
Changes at the top. Let's see what they are. And here we go.
So if we look at the current scores, Jan-Krzysztof Duda is still in the sole lead, but only half a point lead now.
Exactly.
As Levon Aronian is catching with 13 points and
A very big victory by Wesley. Keeps him in the running.
clear third place. And now MVL is in clear fourth since Magnus just had a loss against Wesley.
Slips
So we
to
have
5.
Magnus in the 5th place and Richard still in the 6th place.
And let's jump over to our friends in Warsaw.
And speaking of MVL and Richie Rapport, they're definitely having some sort of a French discussion because they've been playing French in Bucharest. They played it in the Rapid with the same colors. MVL is always white, Rapport is always black. And I have to say, Rapport has been scoring quite well. And it feels like MVL is getting good positions. He also told me that I feel frustrated because I'm getting good positions, yet I'm not able to win those games. Let's take a look at what happened in this game. E4, E6, we get the French, and now this move knight to E2. Previously, we've seen the win hour with E5. Knight to E2, take on E4, and this is what we got. I have to say, I was pleasantly surprised by the fact that white got a pretty significant advantage out of the opening. But at this point, the easy castle would have been much better. For the simple fact that what you want to do is focus on the king side. It's a bit counterintuitive because you do want to allow yourself to potentially push the pawns, G4, H4, G5, as maybe we have seen in the game. But castle was the better move because after that, you go queen to G4, rook to E1, bishop to E5, and then slowly bring your pieces towards the king. It doesn't matter that your king is also, you don't need the pawns, you only need the pieces. Rook E1, rook E3, swing the rook on the third rank, and this would give white quite a significant advantage. And take a look at what happened later on. We were having some debacle going on in this position. Bishop G5, you cannot take that bishop. Don't touch that bishop. You get checkmated in a couple of moves. For example, if you take, that's a check, king G8, queen H7, checkmate. Very typical.
Poison bishop, yes.
Poison bishop, exactly. We usually have the poison pawn. This was the poison bishop. This was a critical moment. He took on H6, but the much better move would have been to take on A3. And now, of course, if you take on G7, I take on G7. If you do take on A3, I'm going to give you a perpetual. Queen to B3, queen to A3, queen to B3, queen to A3, and that's going to be a draw. He did not spot this. He took on H6 and allowed queen to E5, which in fact just gives white a tremendous advantage. My king is safer than yours, and that's all that matters in this position. But let's take a look later on in the game. White was having an amazing advantage, but queen to D5 lost the advantage for this specific reason. After rook to F3, black had the move queen to D6, which forces the trade of the queens, and that's a problem. Rook to F7, king to H6, you cannot hide the queen. You can go to H1, but then I take on D1, and I follow it up with rook to E1. That changes the queens, and that kills your attack. And this basically is better for black. It's going to be a pawn up for black. So golden opportunity for Richie. He did not find it. He played queen to G4, and after that he got checkmated very quickly. As we can see, rook takes E2, rook to H5.
Wow.
Nice game by MVL. Finally, he gets his first victory in the French against Richie. Anastasia,
Yes,
what game did you watch?
I was checking the game between Kirill and Levon Aronian. Kirill played this like solid, he decided to play some solid line, anti-Berlin, and everything went fine until the moment when I think Levon simply outplayed him positionally at a certain point. So they were like, he kind of understood probably better the pawn structure. This move C5 is very important. Then he took on B4, and at the end Kirill ended up with this D3 pawn, which was weak, and B4 pawn as well, so he had to defend both of them, and you know, it's not that easy. He had some opportunities to take maybe on D6 and then play rook C1, something like that, and just try to keep this position, but he decided to maneuver with his knight, and actually Levon also managed, but I think Levon was just playing better. He moved his knight on E6, and you know, F4 square, D4 square, there are some problems with them, definitely. So after knight E6, it was really hard. So I would, C5 also came after that, and I think here Levon could maybe play not so straightforward. He took everything, he took the pawn on D3. Maybe he could try to play something like knight F4, opting for knight E2, and you know, maybe it would give him a little bit, like say, more advantage. But he decided to go straightforward. He just took the pawn on D3, and of course this ending was really difficult to hold. There were a couple of still very funny moments. So I mean, I liked very much which you see still Kirill got some activity. Levon was defending absolutely great. I mean, he kept the pawn on a6, but there was this nice moment I liked a lot. So the king went to h4 all the way, so he made this spin, and then rook a7, very tricky move. He wants to play knight c6, so what to do here? The only way for black to keep the advantage was to play like rook a4 with the idea if knight c6, then bishop c6, yes, so it was not possible. And you know, slowly, king g3, king h6, so black is getting much better. He missed this chance. It was, of course, they had seconds at this moment, so let's say he pushed the pawn, and at one point, you know, he still managed to trick him.
Very nice game, a lot of explosive chess, and as we get ready for the next break, we do have a slight segment for you guys. What do the players think of Rapid and Blitz? This tournament has both Rapid and Blitz time formats. Which format do you prefer, and which one do you think plays more into your strengths?
Yeah, I like Blitz the most, definitely. But maybe I'm better in Rapid. I mean, it's difficult to say, actually. But I remember when I consider Rapid to be my least favorite, you know, time control, but I was like the most successful in it in the past. I mean, I was like European champion and so on. Yeah, but basically anything but classical, you know, it's very fine. It's just fun, you know, to play and not looking back.
I think like most of the chess players, they love playing Blitz the most, but for some people, you know, they love it, but they are not as good at it as they hope they are. I don't know, I think I used to, because I focused on the classical chess much more in the past. It used to be my specialty, much more so, because I placed so much more accent on the preparation and less on, let's say, skills in the time scrambles and all that. I think there were more Rapid and Blitz events recently, so maybe I got a little bit more rounded, but I'm still not a specialist in Rapid and Blitz. But, you know, I'm having a lot of fun playing Rapid and Blitz, and especially play so much online. Over the board is different, because things are moving quickly, it gets a little physical sometimes, so yeah, I'm looking forward.
I always would prefer a longer format, so I prefer classical and then Rapid and then Blitz, just because chess is about strategy, and then there's a lot more time to think in Rapid. Like, I used to do very well in Rapid maybe some time back, like I won in 2018, but we'll see what happens.
I don't know, it's very hard to say. Like, when I was younger, I used to love 25+10, as if, you know, it was kind of rapid chess, but still super slow. But now I'm kind of old and impatient, and, you know, I can't calculate anyway. So, and all the FIDE events are with 15+10. So it's kind of strange for me to play any of these time controls, actually. But, like, I think that 5+2 Blitz is very tricky. I mean, since we are playing 3+2, and 3+2 is just way quicker. So yeah, like last year I got completely smashed in 5+2, so obviously it must be the 25+10, which I prefer. Yeah.
I don't know which one I will prefer, but I think here Blitz might be easier for me, because as I said, I'm the last rated. Then in Blitz you can expect something more dramatic. So I think it will be more random, so it can help me.
I prefer to play the Blitz, but my friends tell me that I'm a better Rapid player. So I generally love playing short time formats, because there's not much preparation and it's more about coming up with surprising ideas.
That's a good question, because I used to play Blitz a lot, not online but over the board. When in Ukraine there was a lot of tournaments about it. I think I played less Rapid, but it's hard to demand what is my favorite time control, because I think good chess player, top chess player, has to be good in every time control.
I mean, I've learned to like Rapid more than I used to, but in general I think Blitz is kind of the ultimate format for the audience, for the players. You can just play a bunch of those, not get tired. Like, you can play it casually, and you can play it in a more serious and competitive fashion, like we're doing here. And in general I have this ability to play fast and, you know, put a lot of pressure on the clock to my opponents. So of course the less time there is to play, the best I am.
I've generally done pretty well in Rapid in the Grand Chess Tour. In terms of what I like, I probably slightly prefer Blitz, but I like both.
After 2 rounds of Blitz. Nazi.
Right, Jan-Krzysztof Duda still in the sole lead, closely following Levon Aronian, and Wesley so in the clear 3rd place after a huge victory against Magnus Carlsen.
It's tight at the top, yes.
Yeah, in the 4th place is MVL, and in the 5th, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, that was a big slip to Wesley, so Magnus overreaching maybe with the Scandinavian, and then the rest of the field. Tell us about the pairings for this round 3.
We have Wojtaszek playing Shevchenko, Carlsen against Deac, Rapport against So, Giri against MVL, and Aronian against Duda.
Will be our featured matchup, Aronian versus Duda, and they have started Vienna. Interesting, Levon basically saying, I've been watching the games of Richie Rapport, and I'm kind of inspired. Not the Dracula variation with what is it? Knight C6.
Is this still theory?
F4.
Queen H5. And
yes,
F4?
Queen H5 is. I was expecting Knight C6 and this crazy line that goes Knight to D5, Knight to B5, G6. But F4, a little bit off the beaten track, I want to say. Var?
Yes, a very rare move, guys. Only 4 games played. The other 2 moves are very popular there, Queen takes C5 and Knight F3. Dozens of games played, but F4 is very rare, so definitely Levon is trying to surprise Duda here. After F4, we have E takes F4, D4.
Quickly castles. G7, G6 was a fleeting thought at the very least, as was the move Bishop H4 check. Levon is absolutely not interested in recapturing pawn, it seems. He's down 2 pawns, but is this, what did the statistics tell us, Var, about this opening? Is this good for White? I'm doubtful.
Well, we don't even have any games in the database in this position here, but here actually engines really want to play this move Knight E8, and I think the idea is to be able to play the move D6 or maybe C6, D5 at some point, because you really want to shut down the light square bishop here. And the knight on d6 is blockading the d pawn. So after knight e8, the evaluation is in favor for black.
Okay.
And probably Levon has some deep analysis that he prepared mostly for blitz here. But I will show you after knight e8, if he plays this move, one of the options is actually to play the move knight e5. Immediately to put pressure on f7, because now you have 3 attackers on it. So you're forcing the move g6.
Okay.
And now queen will retreat on f3, and now trying to pick up the pawn on f4, and again apply more pressure on f7. And here there is a line with d6 here, and also you can play the move knight c6.
I would be.
He just played knight c6 right away.
Knight c6 right
Instead
away.
of
No
knight e8.
knight e8, and after knight c6, bishop takes f4, g7, g6 on the board.
Yes, now I think the only move for
Queen
white
h3.
is queen h3.
Which he played rather quickly.
Because you don't want to put it on h6 because that's going to run into a knight f5, so
right.
Queen h3 makes sense. So it's possible Levon still analyzed this position, and now we could see the move knight f5 played, putting pressure on d4. Now long castle makes a lot of sense,
right.
And now perhaps the move d6. Just try to open up the diagonal.
Well, it's definitely going to play g4, right?
Yes, he's not interested in
Yes.
getting bounced around with his queen. Knight f5 on the board.
So we could see something like this happening, g4, knight g7, and then bishop h6.
With long castling.
Yes.
Okay. It's funny because with the queen on h3, you know, I find myself attracted to short castling. Knight,
Really?
Yeah, short castling. Knight takes, because I'm thinking that this bishop on f7, right?
Mm-hmm.
If my king were, pardon me, if my rook were on f1, I mean, I've got some types of combinations with rook f7 and queen h7. He castled long. Nothing to be done. d7, d6, g4. I think that this is going to be a very, very exciting blitz game. And in terms of blitz, for Duda, he's facing some, I want to say, high-level prep. For a blitz game, this is almost unfair, right? I mean, you know, when your opponent comes with a sizzling novelty in a classical game, the normal thing is to sit and think for 30 minutes.
You have time to figure out what's going on here.
Not in blitz.
You have about 5 seconds to make a move.
Against a well-prepared opponent, Duda's in serious difficulties here. Now, the position isn't bad. It's just that he's going to be facing an enormous attack on the king side after g4.
G4 on the board.
Knight g7. And you really want to play to open up the king side.
I think Levon is still in his prep. He's making moves so quickly.
He sure is. Var, this is some very impressive preparation by. I mean, I don't know what the engine is saying. The engine eval, I mean, from a practical point of view, not easy for black.
Absolutely, and opponent is playing very fast, and now knight d5 played. Looks like you're going to have to give up your dark square bishop. It's very annoying in blitz to be caught in a preparation and in a position like this where there's lots of threats now. Knight takes e7, queen takes e7, knight g5 perhaps, rook h e1. It's so much easier to play, and we see about 2-minute time advantage for Levon, and this is a critical game. If he can win this game, he's going to get closer and very, very important. He missed an opportunity in a rapid game against Duda, so he definitely wants to try to win this. But we know Duda is very slippery. He had some shaky positions so far in this tournament in rapid portion, but he didn't lose any of them.
He just lost one in blitz.
Only half a point behind Duda, so if he wins, he
leapfrogs.
Duda.
Yeah, very, very important. Could you tell me about the clock times for just a second?
Yes, Duda's down to 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Versus?
And Levon has 3.5 minutes.
c7, c6.
So more than 3 times time advantage now. That's huge.
Right. Forcing Levon to do something he really wants to do, which is to take this, put his rook on e1, put his knight on g5.
And checkmate.
Yes, and gift me the checkmate. How is it looking in terms of the defense? I'm not seeing it. Var, knight takes e7. Queen takes e7, rook e1, bishop e6, knight g5. It looks very, very promising for white.
Which rook you want to put on e1?
That was I was hoping you would bail me out.
No, actually.
I said rook e1, and if we're playing a blindfold game.
Yeah, because actually you can play both moves, and sometimes in this type of positions you want to leave the rook on h1, hoping to get h4, h5 in. So actually, let's take a look at the move rook de1.
Okay.
Attacking the queen, and here black needs to play either queen d7 or queen c7.
Okay.
So let's put it on c7.
So if we go rook to e1, queen to c7,
Queen
just stay.
d7 makes sense because it attacks g4 right away.
Ah,
It
you mean
stops
that's a
from-
tempo.
Sure.
And we have that on the board,
By the way, queen d7
played.
did come.
And Levon responded with queen h4.
Queen h4 is a move as well, because now he wants to go
Eyeballing
queen
queen
f6. And now queen d8 is one option.
He played f6 rather quickly, I must say. And h2, h3, just defending the pawn on g4. Quick engine eval, even though I don't think that makes much sense in a blitz game where...
It's better for white, but not that much. It's like 0.5.
Okay.
And some options are here to play the move b6, bishop b7, just connect the rooks, and the black will put the rook on f7 here.
I'm just going to refresh my board, everybody, don't get angry. a6, a7, a5, I'm thinking I want to double my rooks. Rook e3, rook e1, rook h2, rook e2.
It's like 4 different ways
with
to
idea
double
rook e7.
I know. Pick and choose.
Absolutely. You can also play the move rook e3. I don't like the move a5. It seems like he's just trying to create. But I like rook e3 because, in particular, if you play the move a4, I can even play the move b4.
That was why I was thinking rook e3.
Yeah, that stops also the a3 idea. So very, very risky move a5 here.
I see the reason why rook h2 might be important. Rook h2, rook e8 invites bishop takes g7, and then I can grab the e-file. Whereas if I play rook e3, rook e8, I'm not completely winning control immediately over the e-file. So important moment, again, clock times, because Levon just went in.
Levon caught up with Duda, so they're both about 1 minute now on the clock.
First place up for grabs, the outcome of this game.
And the problem here, guys, I think is just too many good options.
For white.
This is when you have all these options, it's hard to pick which one.
He played rook f1 going to put pressure on f6 instead of
Of the alternatives, this one was the least appealing. I understand. I like going after weakies too, but a4.
Knight d2.
Okay,
so he's
but
bringing the knight over to defend the queen side.
But this rook was doing nothing.
But how does black defend f6?
Well, if I go a b, you want to play rook f6 and allow rook a1 check.
And knight b1, yes.
Ooh. You're
AB rook f6, I think is just winning for white there, because rook a1 will be met by knight b1. Because of that, the only move here is g5.
G5. Okay, now I'm warming up to rook f1. There we go. Rook takes f6. He's invited rook a1, knight b1, and you said, Var, this is just over?
Yes, this is just winning. Now he can just play the move rook f1.
Yep.
And
by the way, we have a big update that MVL beat Giri already with the black pieces.
Wow. Oh, promising start for Anish for today is not paying off. He did not play rook f1. He played c2 takes b3, a move I fully understand because black is still in big trouble here. White has quite a number of good options. He's just traded on e8.
I don't know. I think black's counterplay is looking very promising.
What, really?
The queen's on e8 right now.
Well,
there's an open e-file.
Queen e4 winning for black.
What? But he didn't play it. He played bishop d7.
Oh my goodness, this is really a topsy-turvy game.
It looked like white might have a checkmate,
And
but I guess there wasn't.
King c2 is the only move not to lose for Levon now.
King c2 inviting queen e4 check?
And he plays it.
Wow, remarkable.
Walking right into the check.
I mean, holy smokes, that is not an easy move to...
Players, by the way, played Duda 2 seconds on the clock.
Clock? 2 seconds?
Yeah, he just made a move on the 2
He didn't flag? Wow. He played his move.
And Levon now down to 2 seconds. And
rook f6. Oh my gosh, move the knight. He's done it.
He did.
And he's... And clock times again, apologies?
Just 2 seconds.
3 seconds. Oh, he could have played bishop takes g7. He didn't. Oh.
It still looks very good for white.
Knight f6 check. No.
Oh, we're going to the endgame.
He's...
Where Levon's up a pawn, but we have opposite color bishops. Oh, Levon's not happy.
Things have really
now
slowed.
Knight g1 next.
He's shaking his head.
I think Levon just
Missed
has
the big
let his opponent. Hold on, knight takes h3 g5. Is that knight getting trapped?
Do that 2 seconds.
King d4. Why did he go king c4? The knight is still trapped.
Knight is trapped, but white also cannot take it.
But okay, but it's just king e5 and domination. This looks winning. b4.
Definitely
the knight can
not
go to
easy
e6.
For Duda.
Yeah, this looks like it should be winning. Knight.
Oh, he flagged.
Levon won on time.
And we have a new tournament leader.
Wow. Yes,
we haven't been able to say that since the first 2 rounds when in the Rapids, 4-0 start for Duda.
So we have to quickly jump to Wesley's game.
Wesley.
Oh, he won. Wesley won his second
Rapport.
game in a row.
And look at the people he's beating. He just went
Wow.
through Magnus Carlsen, and he just took care of a close rival, Rapport.
Are we sure he won? Because
I've got a draw. I've got a draw listed. Wait a minute. We may have been premature. We have a draw.
Oh, we have a draw.
I think so.
He was winning.
He was winning. What? It was a draw. 60% results. VAR, I got to throw it to you because I'm still kind of catching up on that game of Levon mentally. That was quite the duel for first place.
Absolutely, it was a crazy game. Duda missing the win when he had the opportunity to play the move Queen e4. But Levon's strategy paid off here, and now he's leading the tournament. And Shevchenko winning another game here, and I like how he activated his rook in this position against Wojtaszek. So let me show you how he won in this position here. So in this position, it's very important to get his rook on the second rank here. So he played the move rook c8, attacking the queen. Queen to b2, and now rook comes in on a second rank. And again, now the only thing left is to try to land the queen on f2 here and try to attack on a second rank. So queen takes b7, now bishop h3, excellent idea. Now if takes, you have the move knight f3 here, and he played the move queen b3 check, king g7, bishop takes c5, and now simply queen c5 check. And the next move is going to be, if you go to h1, bishop g2 mate, king f1, queen f2, and Shevchenko winning his second game. He is a very, very good blitz player here, and he proved it in this game. So another game I have here is the Rapport. So this game actually just ended in a draw here. It was a crazy game with lots of complications. It looks like the final position is actually winning for black, but we have the result is showing a draw. In this position, there's a queen c2 move, apparently, and now king f1. Queen takes b3, and in this case now if you do a lot of the deflections, your queen is hanging, and if you play the move knight c4, you can play king c5. So we have a draw results in this game, but it looks like the final position is winning for Wesley. So back to you guys.
Thank you, VAR, indeed. And let's just sneak in a look at the standings, and we're going to just see how shake them up for us.
Solid Levon Aronian with 14 points.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda only scored a half out of 3.
Yeah, he's not having a good start.
But Wesley
apparently missed a win, but still sharing third place because MPL won a game against Anish,
where he was completely busted.
Yeah, and how did Magnus do?
Draw.
Oh, Magnus
drew.
So
he's at 50% after 3 rounds. But let's throw it over to Warsaw and get a view from the craze capital of chess.
Well, speaking of Magnus, guys, I'm going to call it the way I see it. Magnus has not found his shape up to this point. With the white pieces against Bogdan, Daniel, Deac, he was surely looking for a victory, but unfortunately for him, he didn't get it. And he was, in fact, in trouble. He could have easily lost this game with the white pieces. Take a look, and we're going to jump over the opening because this is something that he played against Nepomniachtchi in the World Championship match in Dubai. This exact same position, queen to d7. This is all theory in the Petrov. You cannot take on d5 because, of course, bishop takes h2. That is a discovery check, and picking up the queen, game over. a4, take on d5, take on b5, take on b5, and now a5. It's very important that you get rid of this weakness on a7 as black, and you offer white options. You can take on a6, and that's going to probably simplify the position into a draw, or you can leave my pawn on a5, leave the pawn on b5, which doesn't allow my knight to come into play easily. Nevertheless, leaving the pawn on a5 alive, that's a very dangerous affair for white. Knight to h4, by the way, still following that game between Magnus and Nepo. g6, bishop to h6, and I have to say this is the novelty, but it's not a great novelty. It's a very risky one. Of course, it makes a lot of sense. You want to establish this grip on the king on g8. Rook to c8, you can never touch the pawn on c3 unless you have control over the 8th rank. Yes. With the bishop on h6, very, very nice. But unfortunately, after g4, knight to d7, I'm starting to look at that c3 pawn because my rook on a8 is defending the e8 square. Knight to g2, rook takes c3, and I have to say, this is just a pawn up. And by the way, Magnus was spending a lot of time. Deac, not so much.
Wow.
And he had the golden up.
We
know the Bogdan time trouble show,
yes,
I think he called it Magnus.
Yes. Other times, yeah.
Knight to e3, and he played bishop to f8, which equalizes the position, but doesn't give black the advantage that he has. In this position, he has a decisive advantage if he plays the following sequence. Rook to d3, going for the d4 pawn. Sure, knight takes d5 makes a lot of sense. The problem is, and maybe this is something that he missed, is that after rook takes d4, you know, not only picked up the pawn on d4, but you're also looking at that g4 pawn. So knight to e7, take, and now I can take on g4. It looks scary, right? Because that bishop on h6, rook to e1 is coming, rook to e8, maybe you get checkmated,
Yes,
and perhaps this is what...
very scared here.
I think this is what he was worried.
Yes.
But he can just simply take another pawn and then go knight to f8, followed by knight to e6, which blocks the action on the e-file. Golden opportunity. He did not play this, Bogdan, and they found more or less all the exchanges in the position after that. Easy draw for Bogdan. He was actually having the upper hand, but you were following an absolutely
yes, I was
mad
following
game.
absolutely crazy game. It was such a crazy battle. You know, at the beginning, it seemed like Maxime was playing very sharp. If we jump there, yes, he played very sharp opening, and in the end, actually, this queen couldn't find the piece at the center of the board, so he was moving it left and right. And still, even at the moment, Anish proposed the exchange. No exchanges. We keep playing. You know, checkmate is more important. And you can see bishop h4. It seems like black is now will give a checkmate, 4 pieces on the king's side.
And
but
by the
no.
way, the engine is saying +4.
Yes, already.
So
White was actually
winning.
doing fine. Yes, but I will show you what happened after. After queen f3, it turned out that black has no any attack. I mean, pieces are all hanging, so he had to play this knight h6, and after bishop h6, simply look what's going on now. Queen f7, and then this king is in trouble. Black's king is in trouble. It looked like completely. Computer gives +6. I think Anish is having heart attack now in the player's area. And d5, great move, the best in this position. And now look what happened. At this moment, any move, as Anish put it, I heard what they were talking about. He said like any move would win this position.
Look
but
at the king on c7.
Exactly. But you know what, you automatically want to play this knight d5 move. Yes, so he played this knight d5 thinking there is a checkmate, but there was no checkmate. Can you imagine? So Maxime found a way how to, you know, stabilize his position. Rook c8 and knight b8, very, very good moves. And probably what Anish missed.
This is what he missed, knight
yes.
b8.
He missed knight b8, but maybe here he still thought that he's winning, because look at this, queen e5 and rook king f7. You think that you play rook b8 and you're winning because rook d7 is coming. Look, if black takes on b8, I will just take on d7. Checkmate is coming, right? Because if king g8, at least you will take here. So you are peace up, life is good. But it didn't happen in the game. In the game, it was completely crazy moment, because now Maxime found the best move, queen e3 in this position, intermediate move. So what's going on here? If king h1, rook h3.
You're the one getting checkmated.
Unbelievable. It's actually Giri who would get checkmated, because after all these moves, I mean, queen f3 and he takes the rook. Yes, again takes d1. So here at this moment, the last attempt, he played king f1, but again, Maxime found the best move. Finally, castling for black. Rook f8, threatening king g8 to finish artificial castling and win the game.
So if you give a check,
yes,
I give you a check back. Yes. King g8, and I'm going to win with the move king g8.
I haven't seen it for a long time. This was just absolutely crazy game, and I saw the players, they came out still talking, you know, peacefully, but I'm sure both of them were really nervous inside.
Absolutely mad scenes here in Poland, guys. Back to you in the studio in St. Louis.
What a hot game. Wow, incredible. That was really, really a turnaround, as the computers gave a huge advantage for Anish. Before we jump to a very short break, I just want to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what special there is for today. Here we go. We have this gray men's jacket celebrating the annual Grand Chess Tour. Makes the perfect addition to any chess player's wardrobe. Features the logo of the Grand Chess Tour on the top left of the jacket and a full-length zipper, 60% cotton, 40% polyester, available only at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com. Shop there for all your chess needs, and we will see you on the other side of this break.
For the first time since 2020, the world's best female chess players converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the third edition of the Karen's Cup. Beginning June 3rd, players will compete for a $180,000 prize fund. This tournament features 10 of the top female chess players in the world, including returning champion Humpy Koneru, along with top-rated American Irina Krush. It's one of the most decisive classical tournaments in chess that you won't want to miss. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premiere season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th. with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act. Single tickets are now on sale at muni.org.
The Muni in Forest Park.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
These are our standings after 3 rounds of Blitz.
Levon Aronian stole the lead from Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
He certainly did that.
And we have Levon in the first place, Jan in second, and Cher in third, Wesley and MVL.
Wow, MVL making an incredible comeback. Maggie on the outside looking in. There's a 2.5 point gap between him and first.
He still has to win a couple of games to catch up. He's in the 5th place right now.
And let us know, set the table for us for round 4. What are the pairings?
We have Shevchenko playing Duda, MVL against Aronian.
That's got to be our marquee matchup.
Wesley against Giri, our plan B.
Nice, plan B.
And Deac against Rapport, and Wojtaszek against Magnus Carlsen.
Okay, that will be plan C.
Yeah.
But that MVL versus Aronian, suddenly, VAR, that's the biggest clash.
Yeah, I think, by the way, Wojtaszek Carlsen's looking for revenge because he lost the first game against him in the Rapid.
In the Rapids. That was how they started. Yeah, and well.
Are we going to see Polish again?
No, I don't think so. VAR, a little bit, Maggie's had an overreach. He played the Polish, he played the Scandinavian, self-inflicted wounds, but when his opponents got the opportunity, they played really well.
Absolutely, and we saw that Cristian was showing Deac had an opportunity to defeat him as well. So it was impressive first round win in the Blitz portion, but the next 2 games weren't as great here. So he really needs to have a nice streak of wins in this format in the next few rounds, because otherwise I think the gap is going to be just simply too big.
Talk about the MVL Levon. That's for first place at the moment. Levon 0.5 point over Duda. They've played so many games. How would you describe the matchup between those 2 players?
The matchup is incredible. I remember in the World Cup 2017 where Levon won in Armageddon actually against MVL to qualify to the candidates tournament. But they went back and forth. There were some big games that MVL won also against Levon. So these 2 players have been just battling for many, many years, and I think anything can happen in this game. They both are incredibly strong in Blitz format.
You feel that they're both in form as well?
Absolutely. Definitely Levon is playing really good chess, and now NVL, he has 2 out of 3. Same for Levon as well, 2 out of 3, and I think they're in good shape here. So critical game here. If Levon wins, that will give him lots of confidence, and if MVL can turn around and win as well, this will give him some chances as well, because we still have lots of Blitz games remaining.
Now, see, you're in the hot seat. MVL with white against Levon. How are you going to predict the outcome? Who's winning?
I'm going to say MVL, because after the way he won the last game, Anastasiya was showing
like
that.
super happy, right?
Right, the Rook F8 move he found.
Oh, come on.
After
Stop
that,
it.
he must be feeling so good that
exactly.
it might bring
Propel
him
him.
another win in this one.
But again, there's Levon. He's a wild card. Think of any player in the world other than Magnus Carlsen. You only have a week to prepare for the tournament. You're invited to the tournament as a wild card, the galaxy of stars. wildcard dude is in first place. Levon
Yeah.
Aronian. He's amazing, amazing player. And we were talking about that on break together, Var, and you were saying the reason is he works so incredibly hard.
Absolutely, yeah. He regularly trains, and he's got a very good routine, and he just likes to work on chess in general. It's not like he waits, like he's got a tournament, then he starts working. So he just works on chess pretty much every day, and I think for him getting the call for this, I think he was just very excited to come back to the Grand Chess Tour. The first year he's actually not a tour participant, to have an opportunity to play in this event, and he did really well last year as well. I think he finished second here behind Duda. So. I'm not surprised he's doing really well because he's just incredibly strong in this Rapid and Blitz format.
What a wonderful choice as a wild card.
Truly, truly. And as usual, Maggie's just... oh, no, he's at the board.
He's
I
at the
apologize.
board. Getting ready for revenge.
But after that beautiful start against MVL in round one of the Blitz, Maggie's only scored 50% after 3.
Yeah, Wesley really played a fantastic game against him and outplayed him, so I'm sure that stumbled him a little bit.
Yeah, that was, and the Deac game could have easily gone wrong, and this is our marquee matchup, as these two gladiators, they've taken the full measure of one another over the years. I don't know.
Also very good friends off the board.
Yes, they are. They really enjoy a good game of Avalon. I've been in those moments of Avalon with them. I'm going to be the contrarian here. I'm going to go with a draw, but I'm going to say that both sides missed opportunities to win.
Absolutely. Yeah. After seeing the Anish game, when I saw the opening, in my mind I already put 1-0 for Anish.
Right.
It was like incredible, completely winning, and then somehow MVL comes back and wins. And again, once again, if you give MVL chances, I feel like he really excels in this kind of sharp, complicated positions. I think his calculation is extremely strong. And, somehow he just defended that. King looked like it was going to get checkmated in the middle of the board, but he simply escaped and won the game against Anish.
Tactical awareness is absolutely phenomenal. E4, E5, and they are off. Or will we be seeing a, I was about to say, will we be seeing a Berlin? Yes.
Oh, yes.
Knight
Berlin.
takes E4. And rook E1. So again, this is, it's become so topical. They've even allowed these lines with knight takes B5 variations.
I think Levon just played this in the Rapid yesterday. He played bishop D3 and then bishop F. Or was that in Petrov?
That was in a Petrov.
Petrov, okay.
Yeah, it does look a
similar.
little. Rook E2, shades of the World Championship between Magnus and Sergei Karyakin. Rook E2 looks like a very funny move. Inviting B6, rook to E1.
How do you explain that to someone who doesn't know this opening?
Buy my Chessable course, and you will be elucidated, educated on this variation. Tell us what you can, Var.
Rook E2 is, of course, a move that has been played many times, but rook E1 by far in that position was the most popular move instead of the move rook E2. But let's take a look at the current position after the move rook E8. So C3 makes a lot of sense because you want to really shut down the diagonal for the bishop, and now knight F5 played. And we have rook E8 capture, queen takes C8, and knight D2. One thing I see here that I like for white here is just the fact that this bishop is just absolutely doing nothing here on F6, and it's not so clear to see where is the knight going to go to try to put pressure. Sometimes they play the move knight H4 here, try to put some pressure on G2, or also perhaps to provoke the move F3 here. So here Levon has few options. He can play the move D6, which he just did that, and here, let's say MVL plays the move bishop D3, attacking the knight.
Knight H4.
Knight
I like
H4.
that move. Yeah.
And there is a move bishop G3 here.
Wow. Okay.
And if you capture the pawn on G2, queen G4 will lead to some very complicated variations, and also it's hard to see how the knight is going to come back into the game. But again, this is not so clear. There is a move H5 in this position. So most likely Levon is not going to allow this. So let's see here. What else he can try to do here? Another option is just to try to get some space here, play the move a4 with idea a5, very positional, and just keep the bishop here on f1 for now. So very solid for both players, but perhaps white is slightly better because of this c3, d4 structure, just neutralizing the bishop on f6.
Looks like we have our first think of the game as MVL just stopping here after the move d7, d6. That's not an easy move to play. Bishop to d3, knight to h4, bishop g3, take my pawn. We didn't see it. Queen c2, in fact, was MVL's choice. Very sensible. Tickling the knight. Instantly came the move g7, g6. And now, once again, the knight is kind of compelled to leave. In this case, he wasn't attracted to knight h4, knight to d7. But wait a minute, now we've got the tempo. Knight e4, rook e1. Feels like some momentum on white side.
Yes, it feels like it, but it looks like black is just controlling all the important squares here, and he wants to now bring his rook into the game as well. Very small edge, but again, hard to see how to continue here. If we can somehow establish a grip on f6, that would be nice, but it's very, very difficult to do. So now h3 is played.
Okay, just stopping any suggestions.
Rook e8 is a very logical move.
Right.
Bring the rook into the game, and again, it's all about the dark squares here. If we can do something, so let's try to move queen d2 here.
It looks quite equal, right?
It does. It does. Like a very balanced Berlin suddenly.
And after knight h5, it looks like black is just absolutely fine here.
I'm going to suggest that we switch to Wesley Giri game.
All right. Well, before we do that, let's go to Warsaw and just see what the view from the capital, Polish city, is like. Over to you, Cristian.
Thanks, Yasser. The view from the capital, but also with a very special guest. We have Gary in the house. Gary, you've made the first move for Magnus, but I have to say, Magnus is not really in great shape today.
No, the game where I made the first move, he won.
He won.
I'm not responsible for the rest of the performance. Yes, that's it. You know,
it's all downhill from there.
Yes. Yeah, it's not very impressive. Not very impressive. Let's say this game is shaky.
Yeah.
So I don't know why. But
how do you? Because you know it's very difficult to turn it around. But how do you do it when you have a slow start in a blitz tournament?
You're teasing my memory. So, I don't know. Definitely Magnus should know it better than I do. I still think that's well, we haven't seen the rest of Magnus, but as of now, it's odd. So,
is it about the confidence? Is it about the preparation? What do you think he's lacking in the first 3 rounds?
Blitz is not so much about preparation. I think it's more about confidence, and definitely his confidence is not what it used to be. So it's but with Magnus, you should always expect something to happen.
He can always turn it around.
He's playing white here.
It's Wojtaszek versus Magnus. So
why did you could have kept your rook on d5? That's early.
Oh yeah.
Early.
Oh yeah.
Here. Yeah, but why not rook d5?
Maybe even go rook d5. Yeah, that's the best move in the position. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Oh no, that's
this is bad. Yeah.
Knight of g takes a3. I think the knight d5, bishop e3, and then f4. So come on, that's such a comfortable position for white. So it's amazing.
He did not go for it. How do we assess this one?
Yeah, probably it's equal now because he just rook c6, rook a6. Yes, the problem is the problem is this: he goes rook b1. He'll prevent the rook from getting to a file. So it's a bit tricky now. Maybe you start with rook c6 now.
Do you still have the opportunity to go rook d5 at any point? Or is
Yeah,
that
but
too
it's
much?
not because after rook c6.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, but
he played that.
okay, he just did that. Yeah. Still the same. I would probably done this. It's in different order.
Can we go a4?
But that's why I thought Magnus had to do it more. Just it's here. Yeah. Instead of rook d1, I would have played rook c6 immediately.
First.
Yeah, because after rook d8, king d8, rook b1, I have king c7.
Yes. Yes. And you're not worried about the king side?
No, but it's then a4 rook a6. You cannot do it on bishop d1. So that's why.
That's a very good point.
Yeah. So
bishop
that's,
takes c4 now.
exactly. Yes. So that's the.
Small detail, but definitely makes a big difference in this one.
That's a game, yes. No.
This is the game.
Yeah. That's even a4. You see, that's the. Yeah. Okay. Magnus is.
He's going to try. By the way, how are we doing on time? 135 against
Still
231.
should be a draw. Yeah. I mean, if Magnus wants to make a draw, I think it's a5 should be a draw, but it's the
a5 and b6.
d6 and
d6.
This and bishop d7, just keeping an eye on a pawn. But he doesn't want to make a draw.
No. He needs some victories, right?
He needs some victories.
3.5 points.
But he's maybe dreaming about. I don't know how he can win the game. Even if his pawn ends up on h4, which is not automatic, that's what he has in mind now. h5, h4.
h5, h4.
Yeah, that's to block.
So let's say we make some moves, h5, h4.
But then this is totally paralyzed. I still don't see how you can make progress. But maybe bishop e6 eventually, b6, b7, yes, rook a5 and
a6, b5, and slowly.
Yeah, I guess slowly. But paralyzing this first here.
So that's the key, and he's going for it.
Yeah, that's
h5.
Yeah.
Of course.
h5.
So I guess he played bishop to c2, so that rook d1, rook d5 is an option.
Bishop e6.
Bishop e6. You don't want to go rook d5 now, because that's not a good...
Rook d1 he played. No,
yes.
Bishop e6. Bishop e6.
Seems like he has to play... Well, there we go. Of course.
Rook b1, and now b6.
Only chance.
I think
to play for something.
You play b6.
Yeah.
Problems with b6, maybe he plays h4 now. After b6, h4. And rook h1. Just starts just
if you take rook h1.
Yeah, this created h3 maybe.
Maybe this is what Magnus also wants to see. Just some imbalance. Take some chances.
But he understands how dangerous is b6 because the rook is. But with rook on a6, it takes time for rook to come back.
Yeah.
I mean, in theory, if nothing happens, then rook b6. No, that's he understands.
This is basically a draw at this point. Yeah.
But he just definitely paralyzes his pawns there. So it's this h4, but I see no. It should be
okay, maybe you can bring the king somehow to a5, but then I bring the king to a5.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, this is over.
Yeah.
Should we move to a different one? Let's see, maybe we have some more oh, my goodness.
What?
This is Wesley versus Giri. Giri's last move was rook to c1.
Takes c1.
Rook,
he took something.
What he? Okay, he took the bishop on c1.
He took the bishop on c1. Yeah, it's winning.
Yeah, this is
not winning. No, that's
what we have.
That's it.
Ah, that's it. It's over. Shake of hands. Wow.
Giri. Yeah,
good start for him.
amazing. After losing such a lousy game to MVL, now he just he did something very spectacular.
He's definitely in good shape. Bogdan might be getting his first victory in the Blitz portion, actually, perhaps in the whole tournament. Against Richie. And by the way,
what about time?
Well, Bogdan with his usual 7 seconds against 30
7 seconds. That's
good enough. Bishop c4, okay. It's not that easy anymore, right? Maybe g5. I think he might have missed this one. Made that move with 2 seconds, bishop d2. Can I go h5, h4?
That's what he will do now.
But rook
f1 check. Oh yeah, no, sorry. Then bishop d5.
King g6, he wants to go f5.
f5. Okay. f5.
Yep. Oh, rook e6. King h2. Okay. Bishop d5 probably has to be bishop a8. Magnus did draw his game against Wojtaszek. Nothing unexpected there.
Bishop f2.
Bishop e1, good move. Perhaps a move missed by Rapport. Duda is still playing, but right now rook f6. That's a mate. force the trade, but that's not good news
No,
for
that's bad news, yes, now.
Rook
No,
E8,
yes, no,
A6,
that's-
A7, and Bogdan is filling it. You still don't have absolutely any counterplay as black. F3, we exchange that, King F4, A7. I think we're going to see a resignation. Yep, resignation, wow. Big victory for the young Romanian, and the last game pending is Duda versus Shevchenko. Shevchenko versus Duda.
Draw. Dead draw.
Seems like a
dead draw.
Dead draw.
Seems like a dead draw.
That's a good way to put it.
Yes. That's
the best way to put it.
No, it's just.
Wow. Shevchenko is still trying. Is there a way to do anything here?
No.
G5 at some point?
No, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. G5 you always take with the pawn. As long as you don't lose the B4 pawn, it's over. Okay. And they're looking at each other, shake of hands, draw. Gary, exciting chess so far.
Well, this was always exciting.
Yeah.
What can I say? It was always exciting. Yeah. So, but I think overall, it's a good tournament. It's what makes me feel really good is that the Grand Chess Tour concept has proved its usefulness. Yeah. And it established its place in the world of chess, and we had some ups and downs, but now we're on a solid path to expand our reach. So it's always solid to have two foundations. Actually, it's one foundation, but it's two. You may say it's two legs in America and in Europe. And actually, I make a suggestion that some could find a bit far-fetching. I spoke to the Polish organizers, who are very proud. Some of the minor sponsors of the event who joined Superbet, but local Polish companies, and they were very impressed with the event. And I said, look, it's somehow you have an interesting reference or reminiscences of geopolitics. So we have. In Grand Chess Tour, the coalition similar to the coalition of willing helping Ukraine. You have America, Poland, Romania, and Croatia. Yes. So there's no Hungary. So it's in chess. So it's again, it's of course it's a stretch. I understand, but still, we just as I say, in every coincidence there is an element of coincidence.
And I have to say, Gary, a very inspired wildcard. We lost the world champion Deac 1 week before this event. But Levon is doing just an amazing job.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just that's proves the old chess rule that always watch the player who's invited last minute.
No chance to prepare, but definitely bringing his hunger to this tournament.
It's a Rapid and Blitz, and Levon is seasoned fighter. So, but he plays fresh chess, and I like his game with Duda.
Yeah.
So this is F4. That's like. Old-fashioned players, so you can feel the romance of 19th century chess.
One more question for you, Gary, before we throw it back to the studio. When you were getting ready to make the move for Magnus wasn't there, and Wesley told you come to my board.
No. He said take Magnus, see play. He said there's a play. Make it time to play.
You didn't want to join.
Oh yeah.
Okay. We'll leave it for next time. Gary, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Gary. Let's take a look at the standings after 4 very eventful blitz rounds.
Right, we have Levon Aronian still in the sole lead with 14.5 points. Closely following Jan-Krzysztof Duda, just half point behind. And now MPL is in clear third.
Right, creeping up.
And Wesley in the 4th place, Magnus still in the 5th place.
And our pairings coming up for round 5. Do the honors.
We have Carlsen against Shevchenko, Rapport against Wojtaszek, Giri Deac, an all-American matchup, Aronian So.
That's got to be our marquee matchup.
And Duda MPL.
We got Plan B, absolutely. And Bar jumped in as well, the Blitz is living up to every expectation we had.
Absolutely, and Kirill Shevchenko is known to be a blitz specialist, and he's been pretty impressive here with 2 out of 3 starts. And here, actually, he could have won his 3rd game here in this position against Duda. He has a very nice advantage, pair of the bishops, but he had to play just the natural good move in this position here. Here, he played the move e4, and the position became complicated, and that being a draw at the end. But if he had just played the move rook fd1, simply attacking the pawn, and if you play the move e6, if you castle, you're just slightly worse after bishop d5 takes rook d5, because white will have a control of the c file, and also rook on d5 is very active. So the natural move e6, just to protect the pawn, will be a big problem for black, because now the move bishop c7 comes in. And now if you play the move queen b7 after bishop d6, your king is stuck in the middle of the board. And again, there are ideas with e4 to open up the position. So this would have been actually very strong for him to play. But instead, he played a move here, e4, and lost most of his advantage after that, and it became a draw at the end.
Our commercial break as round 5 coming up very shortly. We'll see you on the other side.
See you soon.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. Chess in St. Louis is back with 9 major tournaments throughout the year. For the first time since 2020, the Cairns Cup is back, featuring the world's best female chess players competing for a $180,000 prize fund beginning June 3rd. Seasonal classic events are back. The Summer Chess Classic August 2nd, followed up with the St. Louis Norm Invitational, and the Winter Chess Classic wraps up the year in December. September brings back everyone's favorite, Chess Night on Legs, where some of the world's best don't even know what's coming and compete for a $150,000 prize fund. 30 players across 3 fields come together in St. Louis for the U.S. Juniors, Girls, and Senior Championships starting July 15th. In partnership with U.S. Chess, the best in the U.S. fight to be the nation's best, and a $400,000 prize fund in October as the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships takes place in the chess capital of America. A year full of action-packed chess is just getting started. All broadcasts are available on our St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch.tv channels.
back, everyone, and these are our standings after 4 rounds of Blitz. Nazi,
We have
pleased to be
Levon
honest.
Aronian in the sole lead with 14.5 points.
It's a slim lead, though.
Yes, only half point behind Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Who's not doing so well. 1 out of 4 in the Blitz.
But MVL's doing great in the Blitz.
Yeah.
He had 2.5 today, so he's in the clear third now. And Wesley saw down to the 4th now after a loss against Anish. And Magnus still in the 5th place.
And tell us about the pairings coming up for this round 5, which is about to begin.
We have Carlsen against Shevchenko, Rapport Wojtaszek, Giri Deac, and then all-American matchup, Aronian so.
That's got to be our marquee matchup right there, that Levon game.
Duda against MVL.
Plan B. We've got it. And boy, I tell you, the first 4 rounds have been exciting. And that game that Anish Giri just pulled off against Wesley, I mean, that looks like maybe the brilliancy of the tournament, Var. That was really outstanding for a Blitz game. I would be very proud to put that in my best games of chess.
Absolutely, and Giri is playing really well. And in fact, if he had won that game against MVL, he would have been 3.5 out of 4 in a Blitz section. So I think he's in picking up his form, Yasser.
Absolutely, and he, as you say, he was winning that game, and 3.5 out of 4 is just the type of start he needs. He had such a bad rapid showing. But again, we are going to focus on Levon Aronian, who does have a half-point lead, clear first. Wesley so slip, but you know, Wesley can play really great too. I mean, you saw what he did against Magnus to start the show off earlier. And Levon, a wild card player, enjoying his opportunity, playing the Joko piano.
Italian game, right?
Yes, the Italian, the quiet game. Oh, no D2, D3, moves knight C3. Quite off the beat, pardon me, quite off the beaten track there, Var.
Yes, D3 or rook E1 are more popular. Knight C3 still played.
Knight A4, inviting knight takes E4. I'm assuming bishop D5, knight takes E4. Why can't I take a peshki?
Actually, you can take. That's the top move in the position. Knight takes C4, D3. And here you have 2 options. You can go back on F6, but then after that you're slightly worse. After knight takes C5, D takes C5, rook E1. You're going to have some problems with the E5 pawn in this position. Or you can, if you don't want to go back to F6, you can play the move knight takes F2 in this position. And if you take rook F2, actually, this is a bad position for white here, because two good pawns in exchange, and black is better here. But looks like there is an idea here. There is a move queen E2 here.
Wow.
And now with idea to eliminate the bishop with knight C5, and then only pick up the knight. So there is knight D3. This line continues. I wonder if Levon probably analyzed this. Knight takes C5, knight takes C5, and there is the move knight G5. Very complicated position. Even here, position is not clear, guys. There is a move F5, but
sorry, Var, I just got to interrupt you because the players have really gone in a completely different direction.
Okay.
Yeah, and the current position, I want to ask you, is it still theory or did they deviate? Where was the novelty?
No moves in my database in the current position. I will go back just to see where the new moves was, but right here, I think the move H6 was the new move in this position.
I see.
Yeah.
And we do have G4 on the board, bishop G6, and it's always the tension of having pushed the pawn shield forward, you know, the weakness of the white king versus the, I want to say, offside passive bishop. How to judge that, that's really hard. Knight H2.
Knight H2 is a little surprising. Knight H4 looked very logical, right?
Much more compelling, definitely. Okay, but a single idea. I want to play F2, F4. Potentially, if I can play rook takes F6 and make sure that bishop is a prisoner for the rest of the game, I'm very happy to sacrifice the exchange of those positions. So F2, F4 is on white's agenda. Var, how is black supposed to cross up white's plans?
Actually, black should play a very active move in this position, queen A2.
Queen A2.
Yeah, that's a logical move, activating the queen, putting pressure on b3, and also keep an eye on the b2 pawn. And if you play the move f4 there, e takes f6. See, like he can take bishop f4 here, but in that line, you cannot take with the bishop because you would drop the b2 pawn.
You're right.
That
the
was
queen.
the idea.
Yeah, just to keep the bishop under arrest. But now bishop takes f4. There's a bishop takes h6 sighting. We see the knight go back to d7 and knight f3. Feels like white has the freer game, and maybe this bishop is in danger of being offsides.
I don't know. I think if black queen comes back now, queen d8. I didn't want to allow knight h4. That was my idea.
To stop
Black
knight
was doing okay.
I don't know. I've got a hook here. I'm still thinking that queen d2 and bishop takes h6 could be on the agenda. Knight d4.
That attack might backfire.
It won't be my last attempt at a backfire, I must say.
White king is also quite weak. Actually
Yes.
weaker than black's king at the moment. So.
Yes, it's true. My favorite move, g4, g2, is not permitted. Queen back to d8. You wanted to say that you'd like that a move ago. Stopping knight h4.
And if white plays knight f5, I think black can just take it.
Yeah, funnily enough, I would be reluctant to play knight f5. Wow, knight c5 came
Guess
very
knight's
quickly.
going to e6.
True, but I like what you said about just taking that knight off the board. I would have seen this piece as a danger piece, but knight coming back to e6. Var feels like black is stabilized nicely.
Yeah, black is fine here. One of the ideas of the knight c5 is if you play the move b4, he wants to put the knight on e6, which will give him good protection on g7, and also he's getting ready to play the move d5.
Right, which is the breakout move that black always aspires to in these types of structures. After all, the rook is on e file. He would love to see an open e file. So d6, d5 on black's agenda. b4, knight e6 as advertised. Queen f3. That does put a little bit of a kibosh on d5. Here I would be tempted just to trade
Take
everything.
on f5 and then take on f4?
Precisely. And follow it up with
Black's-
queen g5, and I
or
think
queen
I'm just
f6, yeah,
I
black looks
think
very
I'm just
safe.
very, very happy or comfortable, I would say, here.
And Wesley
d6,
plays
d5.
d5.
Again, he's thinking, you take my pawn, I'll take your bishop, and I'll recapture, and I'm happy camper.
But can I push e5?
Yes, but it's permitted. But do you want to? That's the thing. It's like the pawn could be artificially isolated. After e5, I would probably play d4, not to let you play d3, d4, if I will. And it's possible that the pawn on e5 could become a liability. But yeah, from White's point of view, how does he keep the game alive, Var?
Yeah, I like that your suggestion of d4 after the move e5, and I think black is actually maybe even a little bit better in that position. So now after the move d5, e5 he has to go for it. If he doesn't, he took.
He took. So he is inviting bishop takes f5, as
Also
well
just
as knight takes
Knight
f4.
f4, queen takes d5. I
which
like
is
that.
which is the initial intention. You regain the pawn, but more importantly, this rook is looking to set up an immediate counterattack with rook e2, pawn on d3 hanging.
And white pawns are quite weak. Couple of different weak pawns.
This did not pan out.
Like rook e2 right now.
Yeah, this did not pan out whatsoever for Levon, and I think he would be very happy
to make a draw.
Yeah, to make a draw, rook e2, rook f2, and a repetition. He'd be very happy to get out of dodge. And by the way, while we'll stay with this game, we do get reports that
Magnus is winning
and
again.
Anish are both winning. We'll stay with this. The move c7, c6, just getting out of any potentials of queen takes e7. Rook e2 is not going away. I don't know, Aнастасya, I'm just not liking White's position.
No, white has to be very careful.
Very careful. Things could easily go wrong.
And Levon has 1 minute less than Wesley, so that's a factor as
Knight
well.
g3, just covering a business square on the e-file. He didn't want to see the rook landing on e2, but now we see a very, very good bishop, which is doing a great job defending f7, defending the king. And basically, with everything well defended on the king side, black can go for broke on the queen side. I love this move, queen b3.
And black's queen and bishop can use the white squares to move around whatever Wesley pleases to.
Exactly.
Bishop d3, c4.
Clock time's a factor?
Levon has minute and 10 seconds, and Wesley has 2 minutes. So twice as much time for Wesley.
Good position for Wesley, good position on the clock as well. b5, just fixing the structure. Var, what's your take? Realistic chances of winning, but because Levon's position's solid.
Very solid, and there are no really weaknesses for Levon here. Now he played the move h4. It shows that he's still ambitious, I guess. But this move could backfire because now he has weakened the g4. He could have just simply put the king on h2, put the rook on f2, and just see how black is going to try to improve the position.
Yeah.
But with the clock situation, I definitely like Wesley's chances right now. But I'm not sure what is this h4 move going to do now, because it seems like now g4 pawn is weak, and you don't really want to play g5 here. And now Wesley is trying to improve his bishop.
Yeah, the bishop could either come to e6, tickling g4, or even the rather dominant square d5. I was also looking at queen e6 immediately just a moment ago, just asking white, go ahead, tell me what you're doing about g4. We do have bishop f7, rook f2, and your take.
No, h4 was really surprising.
Yeah.
I guess Levon has...
By the way, breaking news.
Ricci recovered and won his game against
Who did he beat?
Wojtaszek.
Okay.
And Magnus has won his game.
And who did Magnus beat?
Kirill Shevchenko.
So Magnus is beating up the youngster there.
Yes.
Queen to d5. Queen dropped back.
Do you think Levon has ideas to still attack black's king with g5 at some point?
No question about it. I'm not a big fan of the last few moves by Wesley. And queen f4, knight to f5.
Rook e1 looks scary.
Oh, excuse me. No, that's well, rook e4 invites queen b8 check. No, queen b8, queen f8.
F7.
Whoa, what? Queen b8, queen f8. I want to mate you. They told me that checkmate ends the game.
Rook g4.
Rook g4.
Oh, that's
capture.
A good defense. Sorry, rook takes g. Good morning,
Levon
St.
spent
Louis.
a lot of time. Maybe he didn't see it either because he came down to 5 seconds.
Whoa.
And he's playing on 5 seconds now, and his position looks very uncomfortable.
It sure does. There was a mate on h1. Rook g2 looks a little awkward.
And if black just plays queen e4 now, what is white's next move?
Uh-oh, I see bishop d5. Queen e4 with the idea bishop d5, and Wesley, he missed it. He missed it.
Well, that's the curse of time trouble. It's very hard to find the accurate moves. But Levon's just picking up pawns on the queen side?
Wait a minute. What is
risky.
rook e2? What is h5? This is
Oh,
really
h5.
scary.
What a great move, h5.
Uh-oh, and Levon has no time. Levon is just losing on time.
Oh, I think Wesley's winning now. h5 was brilliant.
Check.
Oh, wow. I think checkmate's coming.
Checkmate is coming.
Oh, no.
Queen e2. And who's
Wow.
leapfrogging who?
Wesley, quick recovery after that loss.
Whoa. Let's jump to the MVL game. Is it still ongoing?
Duda looks to
and the
be
clocks?
winning.
The
Clock
clocks?
5 seconds against 10, but Duda is up a pawn in an endgame, bishop versus knight. So looking good for Duda.
It was super.
He just has to play fast.
Don't lose on time.
Because we saw MVL miraculously win a lost position against Anish.
And
Oh,
I'm
wow.
told that Anish, who was winning against Deac earlier, let it slip, and Deac
Won the game.
won the game. Oh my gosh. What is happening with my picks? I have no idea.
You know, I think we don't have a single draw in this round. All decisive games, and Duda seems to be, yep,
And
Duda wins.
Wow, stopping MVL streak. Duda was not doing well. I think he had 1.5 or 1.
1 out of 4 here.
1 out of 4 coming into this. And he just beat a very informed MVL. What a round. Did you say all games were decisive?
All games were decisive.
Wow.
Incredible.
Over to you, Var. Just get us caught up on what just happened, because that was some action.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like this game by Richard Rapport. He had a good position throughout the game, and the finishing touch was very nice as well, guys. The last move is rook takes c8. I will go back to show you. So in this position, he's already doing really, really well, winning endgame, but he finished it out with a very nice rook takes c8, winning the knight, now takes back, and d7, forking the rooks, and in this position, Wojtaszek resigned here. And let's take a look at another game. Here we have this game here. I thought it was just equal endgame for a long time out of the opening, but somehow the bishop in this position is better than knight here, and the weakness on h7. Engine is showing is about equal here, but I find it easier to play with the white pieces because you have a plan of playing h4, h5, and then f4, and that's exactly how Duda improved his position, eventually exchanged rooks and won this endgame. Even though it looks equal, but I think bishop is slightly better than knight in this position, and he managed to convert this very slightly better endgame into an important win here.
Thank you, Var. And after this very eventful round 5, tell us about the standings.
I think they're updating the standings, so
Good.
it's so much changed.
And Wesley bouncing back.
Right, and Aronian wasn't so lead. I think he pushed too
By half a
far
point.
with the h4.
Yeah, that was
And
an
that was
overreach, right?
Overreach.
Yeah.
If he had more time on the clock, he would have never lost that position, but time trouble.
Well, let's jump over to Warsaw and get the view of what's happening over there. Cristian.
Some very interesting games indeed, and spectacularly, Bogdan Deac with back-to-back victories. He beat Richard Rapport in the previous round, and now another huge victory against the struggling Giri, like Kasparov was saying. Let's take a look at what's happening in this one. We have a typical Carlsen on the board, 92, h6, 91, and now we see this dance for the g5 square, knight to e1. Saying that I'm going to go to d3 and potentially to f4. Black is saying, okay, I'm going to go h5, I'm going to go knight to h6, and that's how I'm going to develop my pieces. But once you play h5, g5 square is weak once again. So I jump with the other knight to f3. So let's take a look at what happened after these massive exchanges on h6 and f5. The problem is you're creating new weaknesses, and that pawn on f5, if you defend it with g6, the rook on h6 is just going to be stranded, completely out of play. And at some point I'm going to go e6. This is not looking good. Maybe I can even go e6 right now. Sacrifice a pawn, you take it. I go knight d3, knight e5. This is looking marvelous for white. He played the move f4, but you still have a lot of weaknesses. h5, Giri was taking over, and by the way, he was taking over on time as well. 2 minutes, 22 seconds for him, 28 seconds for Bogdan. Typical. Of course, knight to f4, queen to d7. Big opportunity right now for Anish. He played the move e6, but this was just not a good pawn sacrifice. What he had to do is, in fact, leave the queen en prise on f5, take on h5 with the knight.
And
You take it, knight g7. I'm going to recapture it back, and then I'm going to take the bishop on e7, and the pawn on h4 is going to be weak. This would have been a great transition for white.
Surprisingly, he didn't see it.
He didn't see it. He didn't, and actually, I'm not 100% sure. Let's see how much time he spent. He did spend more than a minute at this point.
Wow.
And
Maybe
he did
saw
not find
something
knight
else,
x. He was really calculating this e6, get the knight to e5, try to get the checkmate. And Bogdan was playing with 4 seconds. For the remainder of the game, he played with 4 seconds. And he defended absolutely incredible. In the end game, it felt for a second that maybe Anish is getting back. Anish is trying to outplay his young opponent. But Anish is the one with the weaknesses. That pawn on a2 is a huge weakness. The pawn on a3 is not a liability for black. It's a huge weapon. Because if you lose as white the pawn on a2, the game is over. Yeah? I'm going to quit. and you also have the king, which is not that safe. Very nice play by Bogdan, and at this point, after knight to c5, this was a critical mistake. After knight takes c5, I believe this was perhaps the last move. We see d takes c5, but I think he didn't make this move with enough time on the clock. I believe he flagged. In this position, nevertheless, the game is more or less objectively winning for black after the move rook to h3. So even if the game would have continued, most likely Bogdan would have won. It's all about getting to that pawn on a2, rook to e3. This is a bad endgame for white. I take, king a6, king b5, king c4.
And the king just
You're too
enters.
far.
Yes.
Very nice game by Bogdan.
Yes, but also Anish also missed some opportunities, right?
Yeah.
So I checked the game between Magnus Carlsen and against Kirill Shevchenko, and actually this was example of the game when you do this opposite castling and you just simply lose because your attack doesn't work, right? So actually Magnus just literally killed poor Kirill. I mean, after
Kirill is playing the dragon. Okay, I mean, he's asking for it.
Yeah, actually, yes.
He's really asking for it.
He was asking for it, but he got it, yes. So, but nevertheless, he had some chances, you know. But here, I mean, Magnus just simply went g4. I'll show you this moment. G4, you play against #1 in the world, and he plays G4. He wants to give a checkmate. It's not an easy situation. And then after f4, actually here, Kirill made a crucial mistake. He could have tried to play something like rook d8, like more creatively. So now if you take this knight, black has this opportunity, you know, this to use this spin. So actually what I understood that in this position, what was the most important piece was this knight on f6. So this move, knight c6 instead of rook d8, allowed actually white to take this bishop, this knight on f6, and then that's it. I mean, the position just collapses simply.
This is a bit counterintuitive.
Now you just, yes, you are right, but at the same time, you know how to push h5. So when you take the knight, just everything is open after that, all the files. So knight d5, he also exchanged a couple of pieces, and after knight d4, he just simply took the pawn on g4, I mean, and then simply played like h5. There were some chances, maybe black could have tried to take on c2, but you can understand, I mean, there are some other issues here.
Well,
yes, I mean, he loses the rook, yes, or let's say if the rook takes, then rook d4 most probably will come. So
yeah, you lose a piece.
You only lose a piece, like whatever. So it was not really possible. So at this moment, the position suddenly became completely lost, and of course, Kirill couldn't do anything with this. White simply, he tried a little bit. He tried to push the pawns on f5, tried to open some files, but you can see that it's just game is over. After a couple of moves, I mean, White just simply played queen h2, and there is no way how to defend against this checkmate.
Maybe you're a few tempies behind, right? Just an incredible game and an important victory for Magnus because he's struggling in this event. He needs some victories to be able to catch up with the leaders potentially. Guys, a lot of fun, exciting chess here in Poland. Back to you in the studio.
The iconic images that was going to stay with us for the rest of this event is this one right here, as the fans are besieging the world's #1 classical rated player, Magnus Carlsen, who is obliging.
Yes, and that's so nice of him, and the fans are so happy to be
I know,
there.
the little boy somehow, you know, standing on somebody's shoulders to get in there. As we take a look at our standings after 5 rounds of very exciting blitz action.
And our leaders have switched again.
Once again.
Now Duda's half point ahead Levon, and Wesley's in the 3rd place. He came back with a win. MVL's in the 4th place, and Magnus still in 5th, but getting closer and closer.
Yeah, but Duda's victory over MVL is not only that he leapfrogged Levon, he kind of pushed down a competitor as the jockeying for 1st place is really intense. Tell us about the pairings coming up for this round 6.
Right, exciting pairings. Shevchenko, MVL. So against Duda, the two.
I mean, you gotta go. That's gotta be our marquee match up there, as the fight for 1st is so intense.
All right, Deac against Aronian, Wojtaszek, Giri, and Carlsen against Rapport.
That's a good plan B.
For sure.
As we're going to take a very short break, and we'll see you on the other side for round 6 of Blitz.
Don't go anywhere.
It's 2023, and the Grand Chess Tour is back for its 8th trip around the world. Inspired by former world champion Garry Kasparov, the Grand Chess Tour hosts the top players to compete for top prizes. 8 of the world's best join tournament wildcards and travel to 4 different countries to fight for a $1.4 million prize fund. The tour kicks off in Bucharest, Romania for the Superbet Chess Classic. Then things speed up as we move to Warsaw, Poland and Zagreb, Croatia for the first 2 Rapid and Blitz events. The tour then makes its way to St. Louis, Missouri for the final 2 events. We're back in November for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. When points are up for grabs, the best players show up. Who will be crowned the new champion? Find out when the Grand Chess Tour returns. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premiere season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Superbet Rapid and Blitz. We have, after 5 rounds of Blitz, the following standing.
Right, Duda's back in the lead with a half point ahead from Levon of Aronian quickly, following closely.
Closely.
And Wesley saw in the 3rd place, MVL in the 4th, and Magnus still in the 5th place.
Exactly, but somehow Magnus has tightened it up a little. He was 3 points out of first, now he's only 2. It's all to play for about the pairings. For this round 6 is going to decide a lot.
Shevchenko MVL, so against Duda.
You have me right there. So against Duda, our marquee matchup as the fight for first is intense.
Deac Aronian, Wojtaszek Giri, and Carlsen Rapport.
We've got a plan B. Magnus and Richie are very exciting. Now, please tell me, Var, that the game between Wesley and Duda is not going to be a Petrov.
Yes.
Just lie to me if you have to.
I think there is a chance maybe Duda will play something more active. But the one thing I noticed, nobody is doing really great in a blitz portion so far, guys. The best score is 3 out of 5. Basically, +1 is the best score in a blitz portion so far. So we don't have anybody with +3 or something. So that just shows they're just beating each other up. You know, somebody wins, the next round he loses. So a lot of back and forth action we see.
But for me, I mean, I'm suffering terribly alongside Anish because Anish is playing great. He's getting winning positions, and then he's proceeding to blunder them away, which, you know, is not, you know, the formula for success. But he is a factor in this first round, first day of Blitz. I mean, because he could be the guy scoring 4 or even 4.5 out of 5 from the positions he has.
And spoiling top players' tournaments.
As they are underway.
Oh no, it's looking like not Petrov.
Not a Petrov. Once again,
could be. Okay.
Okay, an Italian?
Not Berlin either, so.
Nice.
That's an achievement.
Okay, good. Early castles.
So
there.
every player lost at least 1 game today, correct? It seems that way.
Yes.
Yes, because MVL, Wesley,
Magnus, Wesley,
Levon,
everyone lost a game.
Yeah, everyone's got dinged, which is kind of what you expect. These guys are monsters, and the idea that they're not going to inflict a loss on you, well, that's just very not going to happen. Bishop B5. I'm assuming that we are still in the bowels of theory here, Var?
Yes, we are in theory, but not so many games played, only 5 games in my database. And we have been seeing this idea A5 a lot, actually, in this tournament, you know. And as I think we also saw in a previous tournament in Romania as well, this idea just to try to prevent B4 white from gaining space on the queen side.
Okay, so Bishop B5 made room for the knight, but Wesley's, pardon me, yes, it is Wesley, right? Yeah. Wesley's rook E1 indicates that maybe he's looking for knight F1, knight G3. Yeah?
Yeah, slow improvements.
I thought the move Bishop B5 wasn't designed to allow knight C4. Why did Bishop B5 help?
I think he wanted to exchange the white squared bishop so he can get his knight on F5 easy, you know.
You waited for him to exchange the bishop?
Yes.
I thought the bishop was good on C4. Why did he need to exchange light squared bishop? It will remain a mystery, but you were saying queen takes D7, knight G3 on
yeah, and then maybe knight H4 and knight F5.
Okay, I can get behind that. But then, if I'm going to play knight H4, I'm thinking to myself, I'd sure like to have a light squared bishop. Wouldn't want to voluntarily trade it off. Rook E8.
Maybe he wants to play D4. Yes, and he did.
Yeah, D4. I like that. The classical central pawn duel, putting pressure on E5 and Bishop E3. Sure looks like a queen D2. White's ever so marginally better, Var, in the Wesley Duda game. I'm thinking I prefer white. I just don't know by how much.
Yes, white is slightly better here, and I think one of the main ideas is just, you can put a knight on f5 at some point, and black doesn't have that light square bishop to try to remove you at some point. But if you look at the bishop on e3, this bishop is actually doing a good job defending d4 and also taking care of the f4 square. At some point, if black jumps in knight f4, he can simply take it. Very, very small advantage here for white. So the a4 is just played. So let's take a look what Wesley can do here. So he just responded with the move queen c2. Very logical move, protecting the e4 pawn, and now getting ready to play the move rook a d1. Queen c6 now by Duda, putting pressure on e4 here. And I think, rook a d1. So, and at some point, white is getting close to play this move knight f5 to put pressure on g7 here. Slightly better position for white. The best move here is to take on d4 to try to exchange some pawns, because you cannot take back with the pawn because the queen on c2 is pinned. So you're going to have to take back with the knight on d4, and then you can play the move queen c4 here. So here I think black is just only very slightly better.
Sorry, black is only slightly better, or white is
White is only slightly better. So,
I mean, for me, I thought that white was slightly better, but okay, very cool, very cool.
I'm not expecting e takes d4. b5 looks like if you play a4, might as well play b5, right?
Okay, b5, a4, b5.
And if black's not changing anything in the center, what is exactly white's plan?
I really want to play queen c1, and I want to smack you on h6. I don't know if you play b5 and I play d5, for example, just putting a question to you. And by the way, b5 on the board, d5. Where are you going to put your queen? Queen side or in the center? You're going to retreat to d7?
Good question. I could do both, because both have their pros and cons.
Yeah. Because I am thinking if your queen goes, by the way, rook to c1.
And Duda already has a half the time of Wesley's. He has
Wesley,
2 minutes against 4 minutes.
Wesley is remarkably quick. He's very consistent. Like MVL, he oftentimes builds up a time advantage that he uses extremely well. Bishop b6, just marking time, Var, and asking white, what are you doing? Queen d3. Both players probing, but not necessarily landing blows.
c4 now?
Yes, c4 is one idea. He could have played the move d5 instead of queen d3 and just then follow it up with the move c4.
I like that because I like the pressure. I like the space. Rook b8, to my mind, that invites the move b3, because I'm thinking that the rook on a8 discouraged me from playing b3. But now that you've moved your rook off the a file, I personally would find the move b3 attractive, as I would find the move b4 attractive.
Played rook e2.
Rook e2. Again, marking time. To what purpose, I'm not sure. Queen.
And this knight f4 not good? That exchange?
Knight f4? Okay, well,
that's
that's
e4
very,
pawn
very...
is hanging, right?
Yeah,
We
no,
do
that's
have
very...
in-between move d5, maybe, somewhere.
Yeah, it's necessary, otherwise I would lose a pawn, right? So knight f4 is very forcing Var.
Yes, knight f4, the bishop takes f4 will be played.
And
if
he's
you
done
take
it?
back knight f5 for white.
Because there is a knight e7 check in case of capturing. So do I have to include d5 or immediate knight
No,
f5?
just immediate knight f5. And
Where is knight e7 check?
I
don't
thought
see it.
rook takes e4.
No, I'm taking with the knight.
Well, I was just helping, helping myself. Then.
And then rook c e1 if you take
And
with the
d5?
knight.
By the way, we do have a result.
MVL drew his game against Kirill Shevchenko.
Okay.
And Magnus seems to be winning against Richard Rapport.
There's an exchange up, I see there. Knight takes e4. Well, we're about to find out and test the waters. Rook c e1. d5 looks obliged.
The only move?
Yeah,
Yes.
d5 is on the board, and knight d2. Again, I'm eyeballing this knight e7 play. g6, ooh.
It's giving up h6 pawn.
Smack that pawn off the board. Knight takes h6, check, king, g7, knight, g4. that looks, well, first of all, I won my pawn back. I'm very, very happy about that. By the way, the bishop on b6, in
Completely
danger of becoming
out of game.
a septic bishop, a very passive bishop. I like the Wesley in the driver's seat, Var.
Actually, Duda needs to play a3. If he finds this move, he's going to be fine here.
a3?
a3, yes. Try to create some counterplay on the queen side.
a3, that is,
I was
lands
thinking
just in time, I think.
F5 because the knight on E4
He's
was
done
hanging.
the F5 move.
A3 did look very interesting.
Okay, he's invited knight e5 and he's going to... No, he didn't sacrifice an exchange. So he's missed his opportunity for a3, but for the moment, the knight is still plugging up the e-file. Knight is on e4.
Yes, he actually could have taken on e5 instead of queen d6, and
The
then when
exchange
de, then play the move a3 again.
Exactly.
Just to get some counterplay. But it's still okay here, this position. Just only like very slight advantage for white here. That knight on e4 is extremely strong and is just very well supported by the d and f pawns.
So white still have an advantage because Wesley dropped back with the knight from e5.
Yep.
And Duda quickly played c5, and now looks like his pieces are improving very quickly.
Okay, I still want to get in this move a2, a3, and if I can get in a3 and knight d4, I feel like I still have an advantage, but you're right. At the same time, I do feel like something has slipped away a bit. This knight on e4 is very, very bothersome, but I think a3 is important. I don't want to see black playing the move a4,
Or even
a3.
b4 for black.
Yeah, b4
Or
is
even
another idea.
b4.
b4.
Okay, Wesley has put the kibosh on both ideas of b4 as well as a3. At this moment, call it for us, Var. Who's going to win?
Well, guess what the evaluation is, guys?
I don't want to.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Queen b6, tickling f2. Knight is dropping on d4. So Wesley is hoping that he'll be able to get in an f3 at a moment.
Duda down to 20 seconds.
And now b4 is a good idea, and he just played it, yes.
b4. Talk about tactically alert.
Nice.
Wow.
B4 is very nice.
I thought I had
Simplifying
stopped
position.
that. I wanted to stop that.
Just
move.
one move before knight d2 to f3, and then you feel
Life
safe.
would have been good. Now he's taken on b4, taken on d4. He'll win his pawn back. Queen takes b4. But knight f3 to e5?
But
and it's all about the clock as well,
whose
right?
knight would be better?
Knight
E4
f3 or
E5?
even knight b1 could be played here as well. Just try to get the knight on c3.
I love knight f3 because I'm thinking in my mind's eye, I want to play knight e5 and queen a6 and remind you that the g6 pawn is
Duda's
tender.
clock. He's playing with just 5 seconds on the clock.
Because of the clock times, but also because of the vulnerable king position, I want to retain queens. I want to play queen d1 and retain queens. Those of you who want to play knight e5, I appreciate that too, because there is some weak pawn on f4.
Right. In the end game, white can have an advantage because a4, f4.
Exactly.
are
Could
targets.
be weak. And then I could play f3. So knight e5 is beginning to look even more
But
attractive.
I like your move. Queen d1 is very tempting because
Absolutely.
then knight e5 comes with a tempo.
Right.
And we
And
could-
again, the black king, a little bit more vulnerable. But okay,
That's
this
what
is
Wesley is thinking about.
the clock times?
50 seconds for Wesley and 8 seconds for Duda.
8 seconds for Duda. Wow. And he did retain the queens with queen d1. Quickly came rook c8, knight e5. And queen, he's chasing the white queen. He's hunting it down. Should I play knight d3? And
Would you consider queen a1 just to avoid the
I
queen exchange?
would, but
It's too passive on a1.
it's...
Oh, he played it.
He played it.
And-
Wow. The queen, I understand. How do you get the queen to e7, though? Rook to c1? Okay, I get this. Queen c7, check. What?
Oh, first rank problems. If rook c8, there's rook d1.
Oh,
King h2
the
necessary.
King h2, and he's done it.
Prophylaxis move.
Sorry, again, the clock times.
But Wesley has 20 seconds and Duda, wow, just made...
With 1 second on
Yeah.
his clock, he made his move with
Wow,
1
wow.
second, and he's invited rook c7 check.
But
Oh,
Wesley
he
got
didn't.
3. Yeah, this game's heating up.
Queen C1, get your queen back into the game, Wesley. Hit
So
that pawn
Duda's
on.
up a pawn, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And he's done it. Oh, he's invited. Queen takes F4. Queen B8, perhaps. Yes, he's done that too.
Wesley's down to 5 seconds.
But knight E5 and rook takes
And
E4.
queens come off.
No, I thought knight E5 and rook takes E4 was on White's agenda.
Wait, is now black better? Because I have the A pawn.
You certainly do. That's a monster pawn. What has Wesley done? He's transposed into a losing ending, A2.
It might not be losing, but black does look better.
Wow. By the way, Levon, don't forget our
his
wild
game.
card.
Against Deac.
And by the way, knight C3, crazy game. Wesley holding? I'm not sure Wesley's holding. Me?
And Giri also won his game.
Oh, a rook D1. He allowed rook to D5 check. So he got off the pin. That was a terrible move by Duda. A
Big
blunder.
Wesley's winning now.
Is he?
Yeah, he's
Threatening
up 2
checkmate.
pawns. Wow, what a
He's-
turnaround.
Oh my word.
He's not going to repeat 3 times, I don't think.
No.
Just gain some time and.
Bart is
up
the
a pawn.
computer. Don't you dare tell me triple zeros.
No, it's completely winning.
It is completely winning. But the time,
I'm
Wesley.
afraid the amount of times Wesley's repeating that he might accidentally.
And by the way, Magnus defeated Richard Rapport. Very important game. And hold on. I mean, every time I think that Wesley is doing something really well, some counterplay is being allowed, or am I missing? No, knight takes F4, knight E3 check. Just king H3 and your life is good. By the way,
They just need to play very quickly. Wait, F3 came off?
but so did G6, rook G5. It's 2 connected pass. Oh, Wesley's reaching for his king. Is he allowed? No, he did not allow knight takes G3 because there was a king G2 cheapo.
I'm not sure why it's winning so clearly anymore.
No, Wesley, is he
And,
blundered?
just made move with 1 second on the clock.
King has to go to G1? Come on, Wesley, what are you doing?
Wow, a draw.
Duda
Wow.
is slippery as an eel. It's amazing.
Unbelievable, yeah.
How did he save that? He was 2 pawns down, and he was
Down on
under
the clock.
attack, and the clock.
He came
And-
close to flagging more than once, but here we
With
see
like a
one moment.
second on his clock.
And he's still stumbling, and finally.
And when he pressed his clock,
Yeah, once.
it was
1
a second.
Yeah.
By the way, that can be so off-putting. You're aware of the clock, and your opponent keeps making a move with 1 second. It's sort of like, ugh.
So frustrating.
Var, what happened? What did we just witness?
No, it was a crazy back and forth. I think at some point Duda was actually winning also in that endgame. But I want to show you the Levon's win because he had a really dominating win against Deac here. And I want to bring that game to your
Please.
attention here. And towards the end, I just like how he activated all his pieces here. So let me go back a little bit. And so right in this position, his pieces are actually, rooks are now very well placed here. And just the next few moves, we'll see suddenly all these rooks going to come on the first rank, and it's going to be a dominating win for Levon. Here he's slightly better here. First, he plays the move rook b6, and at some point he wants to play queen f6 as well to bring the queen to f4, queen a1. Now Deac is trying to control the first rank here. Now queen f6. Now improving, by each move he's improving the piece. First he does this rook, and now the queen wants to come to f4, and now king h1. Again, if you have to play a move like this, you're not doing that great here. And now rook c5. The other rook comes in, and now rook b1 is a very serious threat here, and you don't have a rook e1 as well because the knight on d3 is so strong, putting pressure and also controlling the e1 square. So he played this move, queen f1, but now once your pieces get pinned like this, you're not going to be able to survive this game. Knight e1, and now Levon brought this other rook into the game, and it's just completely winning, and he won the rook and the game as well here. The other game I was looking is the game that ended actually in a draw here. We saw a repetition in this game, And it was very complex position, but somehow players just decided to repeat here with queen h5 and queen h4 here. I think Shevchenko could have definitely played for a win here. He had to just retreat with the queen, but they decided to repeat with this queen h5 and queen g4 ideas. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Var. And let's just refresh our standings after every round's very eventful. I don't even know how to put it anymore. But Levon.
Now they're sharing the first place.
Who said at the end of the Blitz there might be a tie for first? Continue, please.
Aronian Duda sharing first, Wesley in the clear third, and Magnus sharing fourth place with MPL.
But Magnus showing with Blitz result of 4.
Yeah, 4
out of 5.
6.
4 out of 6.
Yeah.
And let's jump to Warsaw and a perspective from the chess capital.
Well, speaking of Magnus and his victory, take a look at what happened in this game between himself and Richie Rapport. We've seen that battle yesterday in the last rapid game of the day. That was so intense, and this one did not disappoint either. Let's take a look. C4, G6, E4, Bishop G7, D4. This is what I like about Richie. He's inviting a fight. G6,
course,
Bishop
always,
G7,
yes.
always, especially in
Please.
Rapid and Blitz. Let's have some fun. And this is a Benoni, a very typical line of the Benoni. If you allow me to take with the E-pawn, generally players with the white pieces do this because it offers them a slight advantage but a very long-term advantage just because of the fact that you have more space. Rook to E8, Bishop to E3, and take a look at this. Richie says, okay, let's play. Rook takes E3, I'm going to sacrifice the exchange, I'm going to take advantage of the fact that you're giving me the dark square bishop, and now the bishop pawn G7 is not going to have a counterpart. So this is a typical exchange sacrifice. Unfortunately for Richie, as we will see in just a second, he did not make great use of it. He took on C3, and I think this was a critical mistake. In my opinion, probably he should just go F4, bishop to E2, then get a knight to E5. And the thing is,
It looks not so bad.
not so bad, not so bad. And whenever you go, and this is what he was afraid of, whenever you go E4, I have ideas of giving you another pawn with F4, just to keep the control like this. The knight on E5, you're not going to be able to touch it. You're going to take another pawn, but bishop D7, rook to F8 is coming. I have great control over the dark squares. He took on C3, bad move.
Yeah, I
Knight
think
takes-
Fabi took once like this, and maybe he was following.
Yes, in the
Remember this
King's
famous
Indian,
game, yes?
yes.
But okay, didn't work this time, yes.
That was a bit different.
Yes.
And by the way, at this point, after rook queen to f6, rook to c7 would have been much better, just because of the fact that once you take, you don't have a good way to defend the pawn on c4. If you try to do it with rook f4, I can jump to d3, and that's going to put enough pressure on you. Yeah. And the key is that after king to f8, I can also just go rook to b1 if I want. Rook to b1, that's going to get my rook off the e1 square. You go rook to c7 to defend it, and then I go back. No more knight to d3.
Knight d3. Wow,
So you don't
tricky.
take the pawn.
It's tricky.
But by the way, Richie, after a4, he was like, I don't want your pawn. I'm not sure why. I would have taken that pawn on c4 immediately, but he did not. And another key moment at this point, rook to g1, and Magnus decided to transition into this rook endgame. Maybe from an objective perspective, this was not the right decision. Nevertheless, I understand it from a practical perspective. You have this pawn on d5, such a nice pawn in a black's position and ready to promote at any point in this game. Critical moment after rook to h5. If you allow me to play e4 as white, your game is pretty much over. So that's why Richie played the move e4. Very, very nice move. Otherwise, for example, if you go rook to e8, e4, rook to e8, king to e3, and now try to take advantage and get some counterplay of your own via rook to g8, rook to f5.
Yeah.
That loses the pawn on
Really
e5.
unpleasant for black, yes.
Very unpleasant.
So it's
This-
better to give the pawn than to lose it like this.
Exactly.
So before.
And well, he's not giving it. That's the
he's not
thing.
giving.
He's actually not. He's defending it with f5. He found this nice maneuver, king g6, f5, and this is what we had. Objectively equal, but Magnus found a way to get some advantage even in this one. By the way, rook to e2 seems to have been a better move in this position. f4 was, you know, a very natural decision. Just push the pawns, of course. Typical. And by the way, at this point, they were playing on 20 seconds each. f3, king to g3, this was a mistake. And at this point, last moment for Richie to potentially keep a hold of this game with rook to e1 instead of what he played, rook to e2.
What is the difference?
The difference is that if you do go rook to f7, now I can give you a check, and if you go to f3, I can go e3, and now I control the first rank. Rook takes f3, e2, rook to e3, and now I have e1, and my rook controls the first rank.
Exactly.
So on the second rank, you cannot do this.
And also the rook is hanging right after rook f3.
Yes. So for example, if you try to go e3, rook takes f3, you can go e2.
But you cannot take, yes?
I'm
rook
not going
e3.
to take it,
yes,
but I go rook
e3.
e3.
And
Such a minute detail that
Yes.
changes the whole outcome
And
of this game. And after that, Magnus did not let him back into the game.
Wow.
Very nice conversion by the former world champion.
Great game actually, yes, full of fight. And I was checking the other game. Let's find it. Giri was playing. Anish was actually, I think he's inspired by maybe watching the movie yesterday in the cinema. I don't know. I heard that they went to check it with Jan-Krzysztof in his second. So I mean, it was normal opening, and then they got this position with isolated pawn, which is like Yasser told me that you should know how to play with both colors in this type of positions. So I think Giri really played it well. I mean, he took here, for example, with the pawn. Yes, and then okay. And then, let's say in this situation, he just stabilized everything. The knight is on b4, you know, and he just kept playing this position. It's nice that he also found this move like queen c7, rook d8. So now, let's say all these kind of knight f6 are not working because queen g3 always comes. So then knight c2, you know, also nice move. And this knight started to move to the other side of the board.
It
Look
looks
at this.
scary, though.
Knight b4, knight d4, knight f5. He played all these moves. And I mean, the position was actually, I mean, fine. But also he decided not to exchange queens because after the exchange it would be just equal position. So it shows that he kept fighting. But here was a really interesting moment. I will show you. We go there. So instead of king g2, White had this great opportunity to take bishop b6, and it looks absolutely crazy. Like, why do you give
Queen
this bishop?
d7?
And yes, queen d7, and it's just positional. I mean, how to defend after that? Like
You're actually the one getting checkmated.
Yes.
Queen e3, maybe queen
yes,
to
immediately
e8,
queen e8, exactly. So like queen f2 you cannot play, so then queen e8, and if king h7, then I don't know, many checks are, well, maybe not this
knight
one.
to g5.
First knight to
queen
g5,
h8.
yes, this checkmate looks really nice.
He missed it.
Yes, and he missed it completely. And after this, I think it was a critical moment because Anish is very strong with his king and, with his queen and knight, right? So what happened is he simply went inside of the soul. We would say we went completely to the king's side, and now this queen became very annoying. You know, he gives all these checks. He just goes here, there, creates lots of stress, of course, and threats as well. So we can see like what was happening, and he tricked poor Radek at a certain point. You know, so he exchanged one of the piece, and simply step by step he was just, you know, going around slowly, and this knight, this bishop doesn't do anything. You see on bishop on c4 is really useless at this moment. So I mean, here you can see it's over. All the pawns are just falling, and this is how Anish won. I think was really quite, you know, aggressive play from Anish, who really tried to fight at any moment of this game. But bishop b6 was a really great opportunity for Radek, and he missed it.
Well, he's definitely having a good time up to this point in day one of Blitz, Anish that is. But Anastasiya, I actually caught up with some fans outside, so we're going to go on a short commercial break. But before that, we're going to see a feature of yourself and some fans.
Okay. We are here in Warsaw with Mikołaj, who is also a big chess fan. He came today for Rapid and Blitz Superbet tournament. So how are you doing here? Do you like to be here?
Yeah, I do. So far I got the signature from Wesley, and now I'm waiting for the second round to finish to hopefully get some more.
Yeah, that's cool. Have you been to the playing venue?
Yeah, I have, but now I'm waiting here because the players came here to the rounds. So,
yeah. You need to catch the players right now, yes? So whom are you hoping to catch today?
I'm hoping to catch, I know, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Magnus Carlsen, Levon Aronian.
Wow, big plans, yes? I mean, are you a chess player yourself?
Yeah, but I'm not a professional player, just casual playing.
Yeah, so why did you decide to come here?
Because I live in Warsaw and it's a very unique opportunity to meet the best players.
Hello, Julian. It's really nice to meet you here during this championship. Can you tell us your impressions? How is it going for you?
It's going good. I'm happy that Wojtaszek and Duda has like good form and they can manage to win with great top players. And it's also nice that there's this event in Warsaw where we can see the best players in the world, and this is really good for chess, I think.
Yeah, have you been to the playing hall?
Not yet. Only here.
Yes, really. What are you doing here then?
I'm playing a chess tournament that is now like next to the main tournament, and we are playing Blitz, and it's also fun. Right?
Yeah, how is it going?
It's going okay. First tournament it was like 9th place. Now like first win, and we'll see what's later.
Yeah, what are you looking for here?
I am looking for some good memories with players, maybe see them in the real life, and it would be a great experience.
Have you met anyone already?
No, not yet. It's my first time here.
It's the first time, I see. And what are you looking for? Are you looking for meeting Jan-Krzysztof, Duda or Magnus?
Yeah, I mean Magnus would be fun, but also Wesley or like Rapport. They're all great players.
Yeah, that's for sure. Thank you so much, and all the best of luck in the tournament.
Yes, thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Nothing like the passion of chess fans as we take a look at our standings after 6 rounds of Blitz. Nasi, what do you have for us?
We have 2 co-leaders, Levon, Aronian, and Jan-Krzysztof, Duda. And in the clear third, Wesley Saw, and sharing fourth, Magnus, Carlsen, and MVL.
Creeping up is Magnus Carlsen, now only 1.5 points out of the lead. And tell us about the pairings coming up for round 7. Lay the table for us.
We have Rapport playing Shevchenko, Giri against Carlsen.
It's tough because there's so many great games. Let's go with Giri and Magnus. We haven't seen much of Magnus.
Aronian against Wojtaszek.
Levon maybe looking to keep his lead.
Duda against Deac.
Similar story there.
And MVL against Wesley.
Oh my gosh, we've got so many good backup plans. That's got to be plan B, the MVL, as there's the handshakes. Away we go. And we are with Anish and Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, Sicilian.
Right, and I've got to tell you, Anish could be winning all of his games, it feels like, Var. He certainly had the positions.
Absolutely, he could have had 5.5 out of 6, and with that 2 points added to his score, he would have been getting closer to the leaders, but there were some missed opportunities for him. And but now Magnus again trying something unusual, trying to just get a position where there wouldn't be any forced theory, so he can get some chances. And he's trying to make Anish think, and we know Anish is a very strong theoretician, and just try to get a playable position for Magnus to have some chances, because he's still trailing, so he needs to get a couple of more wins.
Playable position, but help me out here, Nasi. You put your bishop on d6, exactly why?
That's a very tough question,
in to answer the tough questions. What's the bishop doing on d6? Help me out.
I think only Magnus can answer that, because I have no idea. Plus, it was right after he played e5, he went bishop d6, so no explanation for that move.
Well, I hear what you're saying, Var, that you're going off the beaten track. You're off reservation, let's put it that way. But bishop d6 really looks confusing. By the way, once I see the move castles, I'm really, really strongly inclined to play bishop g5. Knight c3. Why did I play a4? I thought the knight was going to go to a3 so I could go to c4. And immediately h6, just stopping bishop g5, h3. Prelude to f4, knight going, I don't know.
White has so many options.
We are out of book. Where did we go wrong? When did the novelty occur, Var?
Yes, we'll check on the novelty. And just the one idea you were asking about the bishop. So that's exactly why he played the move rook e8, Yasser. He wants to go bishop back to f8.
Okay.
And then finally played the move d6 and get that bishop on e6 to just get a normal position here.
Okay.
So bishop d6 was just a temporary move to confuse Anish. That was the idea.
Confused us. I don't know if it confused Anish, but definitely our commentators were tasered after that one.
The
C2,
new move is
C3.
h3, guys. h3 by white was the new move. In
Move
that position,
8.
bishop e3 and knight h4 were played once only.
Were the standard. Okay, c2, c3. Tell us about the current position, Var. Just looks okay. If you had told me this came from a, what do you say, a Joko piano, I could imagine the knight going and playing c5. For the moment, I don't see any real problems for black.
Absolutely. Black is fine here, and he needs to take on d5 here, eliminate the strong knight, and after bishop takes d5, play the move bishop e6.
Similar thing, different move order. He played bishop e6 immediately.
Yes, and here white has a few different options here. He can play the move bishop d2, or he can even play the move c4. The c4 will simply cement the bishop on d5, and at some point he will be looking for an idea like bishop d2, rook b1, b4 to try to get some counterplay on a queen side. But in that case, black actually has the move a5 here, just to try to completely blockade this position. And here white needs to find some ideas to try to play with the f4 here. Black is very solid here, but a very, very slight advantage for white because of this strong bishop on d5.
The current position is with the bishop on e6. Here I would be very tempted as white to play knight takes f6, queen takes f6, knight h2. Idea to play knight to g4, inviting bishop takes c4. I'm not really afraid. Let black play his b5 with my rook on a1. Again, if I was in Anish's shoes, knight takes f6, knight h2, and knight g4 would be my approach. b2, b4 was Anish.
Yes, I was going to say white could also start with knight h2, not show yet that his plan is knight f6.
Okay.
But he went with a very different plan, b4.
Yes, he did. Here, as black, I might be tempted to take and play knight e7, just kind of shutting down the outpost.
Or maybe going b5?
Well, indeed, that's what his last... But, b5, yeah, I was going to say b5 invites knight f6, and the rook might land on a6 after a whole series of trades. Whereas in this position, b5 is a big threat, and I think I have to play b5 myself.
Could play a5 as well.
a5.
Because
okay.
if black plays b5, then... Oh, there we go. Anish played a5.
From your word. To there. Here's a5. Knight takes d5. Obviously, thank you very much for taking my pawn. That walks into queen b3. No knight takes d5, but now knight takes d5 might be on the agenda. Queen b3 defends the pawn. These double pawns make a strange impression on me, Var. I like the two bishops, but I'm not overly happy with white's position.
Actually, a very, very big advantage for white here.
No kidding.
Yes, the two bishops are very strong, and here you can even give up the pawn here. Play the move bishop e3, for example.
Bishop e3 and
because if you take on d5 with a knight, there is a move bishop c4, and then you're going to be dropping the pawn on f7 here.
Okay, so big moment here. I like bishop e3 because I thought rook c5 has a potential to be disruptive. Rook to b1, showing that he's not afraid of knight takes d5, bishop c4, what you mentioned, but maybe that bishop e3 move was nasty.
Black's position is so passive here. It's hard to find moves for Magnus.
The move I wanted to play was rook c5.
And then if bishop e3, what would you do?
You're
going to sacrifice in exchange?
Maybe the mother of necessity would be to take, right? Or there is bishop e6 in that case after bishop e3. But I got to do something, and what are the clock times? They play quickly.
They both have about 2 minutes. I think Magnus maybe should play knight f5 to not allow bishop e3.
Knight f5 makes perfect sense.
And there he goes.
Once again, well done, Nazi. Knight f5.
Looked like the only move.
Yes. Yeah, and somehow the bishop on b5. I need to put pressure. I would like to lead with the rook. I often say that the queen is the best supporting actress, right? You oftentimes
Shouldn't be in
you
front
want
of the rook.
it's,
Right?
yeah, behind.
Oh, and Anish played
G4. Okay.
Kicked the knight right back.
And knight went back to e7, bishop c4. Okay, defending the pawn. Var, that move g4, very double-edged. Both players happy, or who's happiest?
G4 it's okay here, but I think now with this f4 square, black is going to try to get some counterplay with knight g6. If we go back one move in this position, g4, knight e7, there was another option here to play the move d4 immediately, try to open up the e file for the rook.
Okay.
And the point is now if you play the move e4, now white has this move g5. Now attacking the knight on f6, and if you move the knight, then rook takes e4, and if you capture, then knight takes g5 with the idea to capture the pawn back knight e4, and here white would have had a pretty big advantage.
Gotcha. So after g4, he should have maybe followed it up with d4. He did play bishop c4, knight g6 as you prescribed, looking for counterplay with knight f4. Queen d6, inviting a queen trade? What did he do?
Magnus should have traded queens.
Because of
No.
a6?
A6, he does have knight d7 prepared.
That's the
But
nice move, kicking out the queen just in time.
I'm still uncomfortable with bishop a5 ideas. So what if I just move my queen away? Let's say... also, I just heard that Dariusz said on a6, black also has queen c8. Simple.
Well, we're about to find out what it's going to be, simply queen c8 or
No.
knight d7.
Like
And
knight
here's what
d7.
you were talking about. You were talking about the queen getting kicked away, but opening up the possibility of bishop a5. And Magnus kind of taken aback by that move.
Maybe
Bishop a5.
He
on
should
the-
sacrifice in
Actually, but
exchange.
here if you even give up the exchange with that weak square on f4, and the knight will simply land on f4, and I think black will have a pretty good compensation, even down exchange in
So
some
you
of these
take-
positions. Yes,
you take the pawn,
eliminate
you
the
allow
pawn,
bishop a5, and your
and knight
counter
f4.
is
Bishop
that the
a5,
knight...
yeah, knight a4.
Got it, got it. Sorry, we're not cutting to your board, Var, because it goes very quickly. So the analysis would go on my board, and bishop a5 takes knight f4 is the intuitive exchange sacrifice, and he's done it. He's done it, and well, here comes the exchange sacrifice. Bishop a5, knight f4, or knight c5. Knight c5, I like that move. You defend the pawn on a6, the knight. You are inviting d4.
d4 very strong now for Anish.
Immediately without taking
Yes,
on c7?
and because if captured, knight takes d4 will allow knight c6 as well.
And
He's done it.
I think Magnus missed this move.
Knight c5 did invite d4. The more I'm looking at it, I would have liked to have seen knight f4 by Magnus.
And now if white's knight comes to d4, it has this amazing square on c6.
The primary
okay.
squares. Exactly. You're absolutely right. Knight. And if the
Magnus.
position wasn't intense enough, the clock times.
Magnus down to 20 seconds while Anish has 51. This is scary for Magnus.
And Anish is playing
Dangerous position and no time to think.
very, very well. He's putting the pressure.
Wow.
And Magnus is feeling it.
seconds.
He's getting nervous, and that nervousness is being transferred. You can feel
5 seconds.
5,
Oh,
4.
I think he forgot about clock.
And he
Wow.
just, how much time did he have left when he made that move?
1 second.
1 second. And now bishop, queen takes c7 came immediately.
Yes.
Okay, put the knight on c6,
But he's,
or
since the e pawn is gone, he doesn't have that f4 outpost for his knight anymore.
yeah, but I want the knight c6 permits me to play rook to b8, right? And once I can get my rook on b8, you're in an eternal pin. By the way, breaking news.
Duda has won his game, and
Huge.
Shevchenko has won his game against Rapport.
And now we have rook b8. This looks...
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh,
Magnus
Magnus
dropping pieces.
dropping his pieces. But knight e6? Knight e6? Knight f5.
97 now?
Knight e7
He's
check?
just winning, right?
Yes,
Winning a
because you
piece.
got queen f7.
Oh, he's not. He just took the pawn.
Oh,
But it
whoa, whoa,
still
whoa,
looks
whoa,
completely
whoa,
winning.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Black cannot get out of this pin.
Well, he just did the queen d3, but Anish looking very, very uncertain.
Because he has so many winning moves that it's hard to choose from.
And now it's a scramble. It's a mad scramble for the clock. The clock is deciding everything.
Maybe Magnus improved his position. He's not
It's
pinned
crazy.
anymore. Oh, he took on d5. Is he coming back? Var, can you give us an update?
Yeah, it's
Oh, and he let
He's
a
winning
pin. What is he doing? He
Oh, my goodness.
Anish.
Anish blundered a queen.
Oh my God! Once again, Anish was completely winning. Knight
Completely.
e7. Let's just quickly jump to the Wesley So game as MVL. Wesley So, huge game.
I'm in shock.
I'm in shock
What
too.
just happened?
Winning because of the h pawn. Can I go king h4?
I see there's a table base telling me it's a draw.
Really?
Yeah, White's
Oh,
king is in an unfortunate
because of
position.
rook check, and you can go
Yeah.
king.
Now
yeah,
it's a draw.
now it's a draw.
And this is our last game. All the others have finished.
Exactly. And the players repeating.
We had a one draw. Levon drew his game.
You're saying 4 decisive games?
Yes.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
I think 3 decisive.
3 decisive games.
Or 3.
Um,
Because this game was
I'm still in a shock. Magnus won. Just at the end there, as they were in time trouble, well, you can just see some fumbling of the pieces occurred right
Magnus
about
has
here.
4 seconds. And,
And
then
he hit the
he
pawn.
drops a pawn.
And his clock is, and
dropped the queen.
and he pressed his clock with the piece prostrate on the board.
That's technically not legal, but
No. And Anish is completely winning at this point, completely winning. And he played, I think he had
96 would have won there on the spot in that position.
Right?
picking
96
up the bishop on f8.
Right?
Yeah.
Wow, what a turnaround. What an amazing turn. Var, what else did you watch? I was mesmerized by that game.
I was mostly watching that game with you guys, but here Duda actually won a very nice game here. In this game, he defeated Deac, and a very important win for him. So let's take a look. It's a very messy position here. Deac is doing fine, and he won 2 games in a row. So, and here he had to just take on h6. For some reason, he didn't take the knight. A very complicated, messy position, but he played the move knight h5, just picking up the pawn, and after the quiet move queen f3, now this is just now completely losing for black because your knight is hanging and also the f7 pawn. So after this, I will show you how Duda very quickly won the game. Knight f4 played, he just took on e5. Now the bishop is going to come in, and as you can see, black king is in really, really big trouble here. So bishop takes e5, and now bishop f4. Bishop is hanging, so he took on f4, and again, if you take, queen h6 comes in, and after knight f6, the black king is completely exposed here, and he simply won the game. So one mistake by Deac, and he basically got checkmated. Another game, actually, Shevchenko won. I just want to show you the opening part because Richie again played a very unusual move in the opening. He had played this, I think, against in a round 1, he played the same opening, but here he played this rook lift, but perhaps this time it didn't work out very well for him. He played this move rook h4 right here. The idea is that if you go long castle, he wants to play rook c4. Not a bad idea, but later on, black managed to get a really good position thanks to the 2 bishops, and Shevchenko won the important game.
Wonderful. And let's just take a look at the standings. As again, we're seeing a lot of flipping going on all the time. As we have
So after Duda's
leader.
win, he's in the clear lead again, up by half a point, and Levon in the clear second, and now Magnus has jumped in the 3rd place.
Creeping ever closer, only 1.5 points out of the lead. But then Wesley tying.
Yes, sharing 3rd place with Magnus, and MVL in the 5th place.
and more analysis from Warsaw.
Wow, just an incredible round in Warsaw. Anastasia, what game were you watching?
Yeah, I was watching the same game as you. You were checking the end of the game between Wesley and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. I must tell you, it was really a quiet game. I mean, between two really great grandmasters. Berlin, very boring stuff. You know, nothing was happening. So actually, you showed the best of it. Like it was the line probably both of the players knew very well, and they just simply showed all these moves. And we're exchanging all pieces until we got to this fantastic rook ending where still Maxime was trying to push hard to win, but Wesley defended like a tiger. So nothing else to tell. What happened to you?
Well,
Marcel?
I was watching this game between Levon and Wojtaszek. And Levon, as we've seen, he's in second place right now. With a win in this game, which he did not get, they actually drew this game, but with a win in this one, he would have caught up with Duda. So crucial game, and he had great chances, I have to say. I was watching the game, e4, c5, and by the way, everybody's inviting a fight. Nobody's shying away, except the game that you just showed.
Just a little bit too solid, let's put it this way.
But Wojtaszek definitely looking for a fight in this one, knight d5, and we have a very typical Sicilian. We have white trying to expand on the queen side, a4, a5, c4 at the right moment. And guess what? Black is going to retaliate on the king side. Knight moves away from f6, f5, and try to push the pawn towards your king. Try to checkmate you, basically. This is the plan. It's very easy to understand. It's a bit more difficult to execute. Yeah.
Yes.
Knight to d2,
Sounds
knight to
good.
f6. It sounds good in theory, right? Practice is always a bit more difficult. e4, f4, and take a look at these pawns.
Looks already a bit dangerous. Yes, f3.
That's the thing. It's such a difficult position to assess. Forget about what the computer is saying. Whenever you see this type of pawns coming your way, it's not easy to make the right decision.
We're still humans, right? I mean, you have to do something with those pawns.
Exactly, exactly. Knight to e6, take a look at this. F3, and not g takes f3. Because that would open up the king.
Wow.
But bishop takes f3.
Okay.
Very interesting move. Take on f3, bishop takes c5. Your bishop on g5 is still hanging.
All these moves, yes.
Everything is hanging, right?
So it was the intermediate move, yes, f takes g2, so now you have to move the rook.
And I like this idea. Don't take on g2, right?
Yes.
Because if you take on g2, then the king is going to be exposed.
Exactly.
Use this pawn on g2 as a shield. For it's a defensive mechanism for your king. So very nice move. Rook to d1. Take on g5, h6. Knight goes back to e6. I mean, what a beautiful square on e6, right?
Yeah.
Rook f7, queen g6. At this point, it felt like Levon was definitely on the verge of winning this one.
Yes.
But unfortunately for him, after knight to e4, rook to g4 was not the right move. He was supposed to take it in this instance. Take on g2. Rook takes g2. Rook to g4, knight to d6, rook takes g2, but unfortunately, right now, this is not the same iteration because the knight is on f5.
Yes.
The knight landed on f5, and from there I can go to d4, I can go to h4.
Which is
this is the big problem.
Yes.
And I still control d6. So now it seems actually that Wojtaszek is maybe better in this position. Levon needs to pull the brakes and try to make a draw. But he had a golden opportunity. Knight to f3, huge blunder. I can take on f3 with the queen.
Really?
Exchange everything on f3 and then just simply d6. And the pawn pushes, you cannot stop it, the game is over.
Wow.
He did not spot it, he played queen to e3, and unfortunately that led to simplifications, massive simplifications, and just simply a draw in this one.
It was a nice game, actually. Yes.
Very nice game, but I have to say, not one to beat that clash between Magnus and Anish. What a game that was. Just pieces flying all over the place. A swindle by Magnus, but right now he's only 1.5 points behind.
Yes, everything is ahead.
Everything to be played for in the last couple of rounds here, and of course tomorrow still 9 rounds to go. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Anastasia, and thank you, Cristian. A swindle. Yeah, we accept all kinds of things. First of all, a tale of two players, if you will. Let's take a look at the line score of Anish Giri. And I mean, look at that. I mean, a roller coaster ride. And guess what? He could have, those losses all been wins. I mean, it could be a picket fence of victories for him, including the game he just lost. And the tale of another player. Where you see Anish Giri, look at what's going on with Magnus.
Quite the opposite.
The trifecta wins as he is really
Can
establishing
we now say
himself.
that he's finally in form?
I think we can say that. We are entertained. And through the magic of television, we want to review a moment right here. We thought that Magnus may have been, let's say, unsportive, because while retreating, he banged the pawn on d6, kind of moved it off, then that fell over, then his queen, and he pressed his clock with his queen prostrate on the board, and that's not fair.
But
I
think it was an error because his hand was already going to the clock when he knocked over the queen.
Okay.
So technically, he didn't do anything illegal.
I don't know.
Unintentional.
Let you be the judge of that. We won't decide. We're going to take a break, and we'll see you on the other side for round 8 of the Blitz.
See you soon.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back, everybody, to our live coverage of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz. Here are our standings after 7 very eventful rounds.
Duda is still in the sole lead, and he has a half a point more than Levon Aronian, who is in the second.
Right.
And in sharing third, Magnus, Carlsen, and Wesley so.
And Magnus and Wesley, 1.5 points out of first.
And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave can still catch up. He's in the 5th place, just half point behind Wesley and Magnus.
Tell us about the upcoming pairings for round 8.
We have Shevchenko playing Wesley, Deac against MVL.
Right.
All Polish game, Wojtaszek against Duda.
That's going to be our backup game.
And we have, of course, Carlsen against Aronian.
I mean, that's got to be the marquee matchup game right there.
And Rapport against Giri.
Wow, lots and lots of decisive games, Var, and each round seems to bring out, I don't know, the best and worst of the players.
Absolutely, a lot of wild game. That game against Anish against Magnus, that could be a big difference for Magnus here, because
swing.
if he can win now, he's right there. And if he had lost that game against Anish, he would have been,
languishing,
quite a few points behind. So,
but with that victory, that was a trifecta, and he's definitely got the momentum on his side as he opens up. Holy smokes, with the center. No, the Danish
Gambit.
Wow, I mean. Magnus has been all over the map in his opening play. What do you think of his decision, Var?
Yes, I think it's his goal or strategy in this tournament, just try to surprise his opponent in every game and play some offbeat lines. He mentioned that he hasn't been doing any chess studying or practicing, so he's definitely a little bit rusty and maybe not as up-to-date on a current theory in some of these critical lines. So that's why he's just trying to experiment in the openings.
By the way, I feel I, too, am not up-to-date on the current theory of this ancient opening. And what does theory prescribe? Knight f3 or queen takes d4? He played knight f3.
Well, also the move knight f6 played by Levon. It's not the most popular move here. Queen takes d5 is the main move instead of knight f6.
Right.
So after knight f6, we have only a few games in the database here, and knight f3 only one game actually. So it's a completely new territory here, and Levon has the option to take back with a knight or with a queen. And if you take back with the queen, we're going to see probably some isolated pawn type of positions. C takes d5.
That looks like Scandinavian.
Bishop b4 check.
It does.
Knight c3 and black can castle, and we have this isolated pawn position. I think it's just roughly equal at the moment.
But I tell you, this position with the isolated pawn after queen takes d5, I mean, if I'm white, I'm saying, thank goodness I have that position. I don't have a Petrov. I don't have a Berlin. It looks like, a great game.
But I think
Levon has actually went into the tank.
Right, but
Does he recognize
let's not forget, Magnus did sacrifice a pawn.
He's got it back
So,
on
go.
cue. On
Yeah.
cue. Knight takes d5, queen takes d4. Okay, bishop b5.
Yeah.
Seems like a very standard approach here for white. By the way, the queen on d4 is annoying because the desirable bishop to e7 to bishop f6 will hang the g7 pawn, and we have bishop e5.
I think it's still playable.
Queen
but
e7
Levon
check.
went queen e7. Does white have knight e5 now? Because
Knight e5 is the best move.
You don't have time for
Knight
f6. d5's hanging.
You know, I
I'm gonna
agree with
cancel
you.
this.
Knight e5. I was just, I mean, it's gross. Forgive me, but I was even thinking about
King
King d1 and rook. Don't do this at home, everybody. But King d1, rook e1, bishop g5. But yes, knight e5. What would happen after knight e5, Var?
It's the best move, but it's also a very unusual idea. You're checked and you're blocking with the move and pinning yourself. But it's the best
Right.
move here.
And he
Bishop
played it.
d7.
Bishop d7 played
Bishop
by
takes
Levon.
d7. That was forced.
Yes, bishop takes c6.
c6. I apologize. Bishop
And,
takes c6. I'm assuming bishop takes c6, and then
Just
we could castle.
In both cases, white just castles and is actually much better.
Much better.
Much better, yes. BC is probably a little bit better, just giving a little bit more support to the d5 knight. So if he takes BC, just castles f6, you need to remove this knight from e5 and...
Well, let me eat that bishop.
Yeah, you take the bishop on d7, queen takes d7, and now white will play the move rook d1.
By the way, we do have bishop takes c6 on the board by Levon, and castles is on the board. Queen e6 by Levon.
Yes, he's trying to perhaps capture back with the queen, but actually that's not going to work because the best move here is knight takes c6.
Which has happened.
And if you take with the queen,
Rook e1
check.
Can we take on g7?
You have to play bishop g7. And
Bishop
in this
e7.
case, you have actually two options. Both moves are very strong here, queen g7, or I think I like this move even better, c4, removing the knight from d5.
And we have it on the board. Now the question, I mean, I'm a pawn grabber, but I love that move c4 as well, because that move c4 means the king is stuck.
There's one
in the
problem
center.
with queen g7, long castle and rook g8 attacking g2.
I'm taking your pawns. You're giving them to me. I'm
Yeah,
taking
but
queen
it's
g7,
blitz.
queen f7.
It's blitz, and playing for checkmate is very easy when you have no time.
Winning when you're 2 pawns ahead is really easy to do. I don't know.
Actually,
okay.
there's one
here
interesting
it
line
is.
after c4, guys. I think you might like this line. So if you play c4 here,
yes,
knight b4, I think is the most logical
Yes.
move. Try to create some threats. You actually ignore the fact that knight c2 is coming. You just play knight c3, developing.
So knight c2.
Knight c2.
Take on e7.
Take on e7.
Check with the knight.
And now you give up the other rook as well. Queen takes g7.
Oh, you don't even check with the knight. You just lead with the
Yes,
queen.
because if you take on a1 now,
Yep.
knight d5 check.
Yep.
And
you don't want to lose the rook.
Yes, if you play king d7 or king e6, it's the same thing. I have queen f6, so let's say king d7. Just queen takes f7,
Beautiful.
king d8, bishop g5, and as you can see, the move knight d7 wins the
Magnus
queen.
is still thinking he
And-
might just
and
be
again-
calculating all this.
Well, he's tempted by the pawn, as we are, and then he's seeing c4, and he knows that once he plays c4 and the knight goes, that black king is stuck. And he's sensing opportunity here. And this move, c4, right here, right now, key moment. And
he's
Nasi,
down
I
to
got to
2
ask
minutes.
you, is he going to play c4 or queen g7?
I think he's going to play c4.
That's your intuition telling you. I think he's going to play c4 too. But if he takes the pawn on g7, we're going to send him a gold membership, the coveted gold membership to the Pawn Grubbers Association. As president, I have the power. Now.
Wow, down to 1 minute and 35 seconds.
I
That's
mean,
it.
he's investing a lot of time in c4, and Levon knows that c4, but Levon's saying, take your time, Magnus, take your time. And he's done
Takes
it.
on g7.
He's taken
Quickly
the pawn.
castle, queen g4 check.
And he's saying, okay, gold membership for Magnus in the
And I just heard from Dariusz
pawn.
that queen f3 was a mistake.
Queen f3 was a mistake. It looks so
Yes.
natural. Knight d2, and he's eyeballing. Just look, I'm a pawn up. Centralize my pieces, get them developed. Knight e4, bishop g5 is on my agenda. Var, I don't see the compensation here. Is there?
It's a little bit of compensation
A
here,
little.
but that move rook d6 would have been definitely stronger with the
Huge
idea
blunder.
of rook f6.
Guys, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I think Levon just blundered. Bishop g5 is coming.
Yeah, after the queen trade, you're right. Knight b3, give me the bishop, and bishop g5, and that's lights out.
A very strange decision also to trade queens, because that's the last thing you probably want to do when you're just down a pawn here.
Especially with the open g file, White's king was a little vulnerable. That's it. That looks.
Yeah, this is
that
just
looks
completely
terrible.
lost
A line
now.
I'm looking at, bishop b6, bishop g5, rook
Yeah.
d6, and just c4.
And c5.
You can't move the c pawn with black because of bishop f4.
Bishop f4, yeah, that's nasty.
Wow.
At c5,
And
and he's
let's
played
say-
bishop b6, but bishop g5, very no.
Magnus missed it.
How could you not play bishop g5? That's an automatic. Was he afraid of knight g4?
Maybe I missed something, I don't know.
Bishop g5, knight g4. There's a bishop f2 check, maybe. In any case, he played bishop e3 rather quickly. What is the clock situation, Nazi?
1 minute, 25 seconds for Magnus,
Okay.
and about the same for Levon.
But this extra pawn is fine, but
Magnus' position is still much better.
but maybe bishop g5, knight g4 dissuaded him. In any
Probably.
case, bishop e3. Don't tell me that he's got compensation here, Var, because in the immortal words of Bent Larsen, nobody will believe you.
No, he does not have a compensation. It's
Okay.
just a +3.
Plus
Just-
3.
Yeah, it's just complete the winning.
Okay.
Um,
Rook e8 on the board, bishop takes, and knight d4. We caught up with the players, and yeah. Not only is it an extra pawn, by the way,
Right.
it's the weaknesses too.
So queen f6 by Levon was a huge blunder.
It was. It was just, that's it. It was a huge blunder. Knight e4 and g3, just very, very nicely consolidating.
And there's
making
nothing
love.
you can really attack. That's the problem
Yes.
for Levon. There is no counterplay, something that you can attack to confuse your opponent or create some chances.
Exactly. He's doing his best as
yes,
he's
knight
eyeballing
c4.
an opportunity in the near future, playing knight c4, trying to create something, but king g2, knight c4, b3, get out of here, nobody cares. King g2, c5, okay, throw it out there, why not? And knight f3, and trade. What do we do when we're ahead, everybody?
Exchange pieces.
Exchange pieces. That's been a winning formula. You won't believe it for 16
Now knight g5 is a threat here. Knight g5 attacking h7 and also setting up knight takes f7 with rook e7 idea.
That's
Yeah, I mean, white has an extra pawn, black has doubled pawns and separated pawns on the king side.
right.
This is a very easy
This could be a huge win for Magnus.
Should be, but it's about the clocks now, as well as nerves. I mean, everybody knows when you're winning, but just bringing the point home, that's the tough part. Rook check,
Both players
king
under
d8,
1 minute.
and rook drop back to e2. Interesting move. I thought that Magnus might have been contemplating rook e5 when
Maybe
rook.
he doesn't want to give Levon knight c4, knight b2.
Yeah, any counter chances whatsoever, but I thought he was going for that. Instead, he dropped back with the rook, and it's time for this knight to come into the game. Love that
He
move.
heard you.
Yeah, love that move. And Levon immediately, as he was releasing his king, walked into knight takes
We
f7.
might see resignation very soon.
That's a second pawn, and oof,
And
that's
the third,
a blow.
I think h6 is also lost.
With the yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Magnus Carlsen, 4 in a row. I think as we were coming into the studio today, you were saying that's what Magnus needs. That's what Magnus got. Let's jump to the Duda game.
Duda pressing with the black pieces, board 3. Yes.
Radoslaw. Yeah, that's one of these Benoni exchange sacrifices where the dominant dark squared bishop
Even
is
though
the
he
key
is
factor.
down in exchange, his bishop on e5 is better than any rook
Correct.
on this board.
Exactly.
And white's king in some danger for sure.
I'm thinking I'm ready to give an exchange back here with the move rook f5. I mean, but I do recognize that that is a painful decision because it's the exchange
He's going for it.
that is what white is playing for. But rook f5, bishop f5, rook f5. Oh, pardon me. He took with the pawn, which is a surprise move. So you just want to block the pawn either with f6 or queen f6. And now this bishop, no, I'm not a fan of what Radoslaw just did.
It's a known thing that when there's opposite color bishops, the player who is attacking is better. And here, white's king is absolutely terrible. Bishop on e5, such a strong piece.
Couldn't agree with you more. That's exactly the situation, because when you have the initiative with bishops of opposite color, you are attacking on a complex of squares, in this case the dark squares, that can't be defended. It's really that simple. And
But
we're
both
going
players under 10 seconds, so anything can happen still.
Well, we're about to see a king walk as black's king is going to make a beeline to the queen side, where it will be safer, for example, on the a6 square. And then, and I think Duda's playing a brilliant game thus far. Can he keep it up for? What do you think about this move, rook e3? I love it.
I think he's completely winning here, and it's very...
Rook
now
takes
Rook H3 winning the queen. The big blunder was E takes F5. E takes F5 was a big blunder.
And let's just jump to the game of Deac.
And I see one more result. Richard has won his game against Anish Giri. And let's go to Deac against MVL.
The very top. And we saw a resignation.
MVL loses.
Wow. Daniel is...
and Wesley drew his game.
Daniel's playing a bit of a role of a spoiler here. I mean, he's in his time trouble, but he plays very well with no time on his clock. Var, take it away. Tell us what caught your eye in this round 8.
Yeah, 2 games caught my eye. First, I want to show you this moment here in a Duda game. Duda winning, which is very, very big win for him. He's
standing,
staying in the lead. And now here, the Rook F5 move. It's very uncomfortable position already for White because your bishop on C2 is very passive. So he made, I think, the right decision to sacrifice the exchange. But when Black took on F5, he had to take back with the Rook here. And I will show you difference here. So Rook takes F5, I think is the practical good decision here. And you have to take back with the Rook here because now after pawn takes, you're just, after Queen F6, it's just a really difficult position to play. You have no counterplay. With the Rook on F5, you will have some counterplay. You have some Queen G5 idea, for example, exchanging queens. Then you're absolutely fine here. So in fact, Black needs to play this move F6 to prevent that, and now you can bring your bishop into the game, bishop D1. And here, Black is only very slightly better here, bishop D4, Queen F4, and I think Wojtaszek definitely would have had some chances here to hold this position. The other game that caught my eye was Deac actually getting a really big advantage out of the opening here. There was a surprising move I saw by MVL here. So in this position, when he... And right around here, the move Queen D7, I was a little bit surprised because you oftentimes want this square for your knight on D7, and the Queen on D7 is now very well placed because you're going to run into the move E5, and that's exactly what happened. He played the move Queen D7, Rook FD1, Rook FC8, and E5. After this, it's actually a very big advantage for White, removing the knight from F6, and you went back Knight 8 and captures, and C5. Now you also have the queenside majority, and the knight actually landed on D5. And it was a very big advantage for Deac, and he eventually converted into a very nice win against MVL.
Very impressive indeed. And let's take a look at our standings. After round 8, we only have one more to play today.
Right, Duda increased his lead in the tournament by that win. So Jan-Krzysztof Duda in sole lead with 17.5 points.
Tied for second, however,
Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian.
And you can see what Magnus has been doing in the blitz line as he has scored 6 out of 7. Wow, very, very impressive. And for more analysis from Warsaw.
A couple of very interesting games, and one that I want to focus on is the one between Kirill Shevchenko and a player that needs victories in this tournament if he wants to stay within contention, and that is Wesley. So with the black pieces, and let's take a look at what happened in this one. Bishop to b5 and not the patented knight to f6, the Berlin that we see from Wesley so many times. But in fact, he's showing that he wants to win. So that's why he played this move a6, bishop to a4, knight to f6, knight to c3, bishop to c5, bishop takes c6, b takes c6. I do believe that we have some technical difficulties with our screen, so unfortunately we won't be able to show you this game. But Anastasia, you also tell us a bit about the game that you were watching.
Yes, it's really hard to show it without the computer, but I will give you my emotions. Yes, it was a really crazy game. I mean, the scenario was very similar to the game when MVL played against Anish Giri some rounds ago. You know, so Giri was absolutely winning, completely winning. Like the computer was showing +6 at -6 because he played with black at a certain point, and then everything went absolutely crazy. And then Richard took over and he won this game. I mean, literally, if you miss this game, you should definitely check it out because you will have a lot of fun.
So Anish missed against Richie, against Magnus, and against MVL.
Yes, it's like he gets really great positions and he plays so creatively, so energetically, but at a certain point, when you really need just, you know, finish your opponent, at this moment something happens to him. I don't know really what's going on, but we will ask him after the game.
And he did win some games as well, so he's definitely not doing bad today compared to the previous days. We know that Anish has had a rough event so far, but still missing some of his chances. Now, let's take a look at the leader, Duda, and his scoreline in this event, because he entered this today's rounds with a 3-point lead over Magnus. Now he only has a 1.5-point lead over Magnus, but still 1.5-point lead. That's quite a lot. Take a look. Lost a couple, but won 3 of them. So he's still on a +1 result. Very, very good result for the young Polish superstar. And let's take a look at the full standings.
Let's check the standings. As I remember that Jan-Krzysztof is leading at the moment, as you said, Cristian, and then Magnus shares the second place together with Levon, Aronian. Both of them, they have 16s, and then Wesley saw 15.5. As you said, he really needs to win a couple of games. Maxime is following with 14.5, and so on.
And I have to tell you, Wesley was actually winning in that game. Unfortunately, we won't be able to show it, but he was winning. He missed some opportunities. Unfortunately for him, just a draw, but still lots of games and lots of chess to be played in this event.
Yeah, but we have last round today, yes?
Last round
today, yes.
Coming up, and we're going to go on a short commercial break. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this.
The Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of Chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
welcome back. So far, the Blitz have been stunning games, leaving us kind of breathless, actually. What are our standings after 8 rounds?
Jan-Krzysztof Duda still in the clear first, but how impressive that out of 7 rounds, Magnus Carlsen scored 6 points today.
A hat tip, absolutely incredible.
And now he's sharing second with Levon Aronian.
Exactly, and those guys are the most likely to win the event, as they're really kind of gapping away a little bit. Tell us about the pairings for the 9th and final round of today.
Right, we have Giri, Shevchenko, Aronian, Rapport, and the biggest matchup, Duda against Carlsen.
Yeah, I don't see how you don't pick number 1 and number 2 in the competition.
MVL against Wojtaszek and So against Deac.
We'll keep Levon and Richie as a backup, but the game between Duda and Carlsen, that's going to decide who's, well, actually Duda, even if he loses.
Yeah, he's still going to be the clear lead.
Yeah, he's got a clear lead going into our final day of competition.
And who said that someone's going to be in the clear lead going into tomorrow?
I said there was going to be a tie.
Yeah.
And Duda has surprised me by saving some positions that maybe he should have lost and winning some positions that maybe he should have drawn. So hat tip to Duda, Var.
Absolutely, yeah. He's playing really well in the last few rounds. But again, Magnus is 4 in a row now, 4 wins for him, and this is a huge game. If Magnus can win this, I think he will have an excellent chance to win. But if Duda wins it, I think the gap will be 2.5 points from Magnus. So you know, this game could mean a lot for the tournament.
The games that Magnus have lost, Nazi, I feel like they're self-inflicted wounds. He's played the Polish defense. He's done some secondary stuff, right?
I think he started the clock a bit prematurely, or
I think he pressed the wrong button, actually. So, I mean, what I'm saying is he's taken excessive risks as black.
Yes, the only game where he got outplayed was against Wesley.
Yeah, that was very impressive. But again,
He came back, recovered very quickly after that loss,
Knight
and
of-
won 4
Ooh.
games in a row.
Yes.
Yes.
I think of the trifecta. I got that part, or the hat trick, if you will, by winning 3 games in a row. What do they call it? Winning 4 games in a row?
I think in soccer they call it a poker or something.
A what?
Poker.
A poker.
Yeah, but I could be. But there might be something else. So very interesting opening choice here.
Inviting a kind of a Benoni.
Benoni.
Yeah.
Reverse Benoni?
A reverse Benoni. So expecting knight f6 and potentially a5 here. World Championship match, actually, Dubai, right? Nepo and Magnus were exploring some lines
Magnus
here,
won
Var.
with black.
Yeah. Exploring some of these lines, Var. Bishop c5. Reinforcing the pawn on d4, simply developing and asking white, are you playing for a3? Are you going to go knight a3? Are you going to go knight d2 to e4? What you going to do?
I think they're still following the Paul Carlsen game from the match.
Exactly. One of the things about a World Championship match and training for those matches, I mean, it's sort of like you stock up weaponry, openings, because it's so rare that you even show 5% of what you prepared. So you really carry for, I want to say, a number of months and even potentially years. Magnus Carlsen played 5 World Championship matches. He's so very, very well prepared. He knows his openings so very well. Knight d2.
I just point out that we're following this game Aronian Duda, where Duda was with the black pieces in this position just last year.
That is to say, the theory.
Yes.
Queen d8. I would have expected the queen to be on e7, but he chose d8, potentially to meet knight e4, I suppose, with bishop to e7. Right now, I'm not feeling it for white. I like the 2 bishops. I like the space. What do the engines say about this position, Var?
Engine thinks the position is about equal here, but I also like this for black. What white really wants to do in this position is to try to prepare a3, b4. This is the idea that was suggested by the engine, but the move f4.
Wow.
Don't ask me to explain that move. Yes.
Nazi, please, could you explain that? Now, the correct answer is, I told you not to ask me. That's from Get Smart. Get Smart, one of my favorite shows as a kid. Agent 99.
And now, guys, bishop c6 is the next move that is just actually suggested as the best option.
I guess
to give
Duda
up the
didn't
bishop.
want Magnus to play e5. That's
Yeah.
the explanation for f4, right? I came up with an answer.
There you go. By the way, bishop takes c6 is a definitely look at them. There are Bent Larsen games as well as Ulf Andersson games where you would play bishop takes c6 in that specific position, giving up the 2 bishops for the 2 knights because the knights do have squares. By the way, bishop d7, developing move, but I think also saying, please, I don't want to give you the opportunity of playing bishop takes c6. Now the question is, should I be playing for b4, ab, knight b3, and looking to play knight to b5? Magnus says, I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. I'm going to shut you down. I'm not going to let you play for that. And by the way, bishop c6 is on black's agenda. I'm still liking the position for black, Var.
Me too.
Advantage for black?
Yes, black is better here, and one idea we see is the rook b8 is suggested by engines to try to play the move b5 to open up the b file and put pressure on the b2 pawn. This is a typical idea we see sometimes in the Benoni positions. And after move rook b8, the best move for white would be to try to play rook ab1, just to make sure he is ready when the b5 move comes in and the b2 pawn is not hanging. When you play the move b5, you are a little bit weakening the c6 square, so there is a possibility of a move knight b4. And now there is a threat of also knight a6, forking the bishop and a rook. But in this case, now you will play this move queen c8 to eliminate that, and also not to be under idea like knight c6 attacking the queen here. So here now engine is just shifting here, now starting to play with the move g4, but it's very hard to play like this. But black is slightly better here. Bishop e7 can come back.
You won't guess what move Magnus just played.
No, I would not have guessed bishop d7 to c8, not at all. Bishop to c8. Wow. Okay, now they explain that one. Never mind the others. That
I
one.
can't explain that one because Magnus already made the next couple moves.
Okay.
He wanted to play rook a6 and bring the rook into the game from that side. Very original.
Any good grandmaster would see it right away. Var, this is, you know, the players are not appreciating the commentators here. I think they're stunning us into submission. Can't guess these last few moves. I must say, I'm mystified.
Yes, but I think this is good for black. Now, next thing he wants to do is put a knight on b3.
Okay.
And play the move c5.
Okay.
Removing the knight back to c2. And then he can put the bishop on b8 and start preparing the idea like f5, e5. And that rook could be very well placed on b6. You can bring it over to f6, g6. You'll have many options. I like this rook on b6, actually.
Rook a6, rook b6, so creative.
It is. If I play knight c5 right here, right now, like, give me the pawn on a4.
Now rook d6.
And if I take the pawn?
Take the pawn on a4, c5.
Oh, I see. And my knight might actually end up getting...
Knight a2. First I go knight b3.
My knight might be getting...
And then after bishop d7, the knight on a4 is trapped.
Fantastic. Wow, that's what happens when you get your hand caught in the cookie jar, folks. I'm just going to refresh my board. Don't panic. Some time ago, there was a suggestion maybe of g4. Oh, we do have knight c5. Okay, here we go. Rook d6 is the key move, and he's done it.
Can't white just repeat and play knight e4?
The idea that black will go to d7 now.
Nice. I love it.
Because you want to play c5 now. That's why. And then also the knight on e4 could be kicked with f5 at some point as well. So both of these
F5,
knights.
C5, kick the knights out, plant your knight on B3, and life is good. Rook is clock a factor.
So Duda's under 1 minute and 2.5 for Magnus.
Now Duda has, like Deac, been playing perpetually under the pressure of the ticking clock and not getting punished for it. But I think it's too much to ask, no? By the way, the move c5 inviting f5? Why didn't he play f5?
Not sure, but he allowed c6, which might be quite good for white.
But wow, just a moment ago, wasn't there a Peshki there? f5?
f5, perhaps a possibility, but after the move c5, he could have just played c6.
Also,
first blockading that pawn and then getting ready to play the move f5.
Right, so
big
just
advantage for black if he had done that.
c6, okay. Did not happen. He played knight b3, allowing c, and the position's a bit of a mess, but still, I gotta say, I'm still liking the two bishops.
Me too, but that pawn on c6 got in there and like...
Yeah, it is a bone in the throat, right?
Yeah,
Queen
exactly.
d6, bishop c5, but I'm playing for e5. Where is white's break? So again, I want to play queen d6, I want to play bishop c5, and I want to play e5. And if I'm Magnus, I'm feeling I'm playing for two results.
It looks that way.
Rook to b1. Duda's not looking very happy. No bishop c5, simply e5. And Magnus...
No, now he's going to start playing on the king side, and black's
I'm
position is
liking
wonderful.
it. I'm liking it.
Wesley won his game against Deac.
important to keep the pressure.
Because he was in the
these-
4th place coming into this round.
Right, on the tournament leaders to keep the
And-
pressure.
Here in Magnus's position is almost -3.
Wow.
That's how
No,
big his advantage
I
is.
really do like it from Magnus, and I was also looking at even the move F5, F4, just reminding white, king is a little bit exposed, your pieces on the queen side are, let's say, distant.
He is playing on both sides, I feel like. He can play on a file if he wants to. He could play rook a8 right now.
Right?
And he can also play g5 or f4.
I'm feeling it on the king side, and I love this move F5, F4, and G5, as you said. Just gaining some space, and this move F4 still looking like a really, really great move. I mean, F4, Var, sack.
Actually, the evaluation dropped, and looks like now Duda is getting some counterplay because the b5 pawn is hanging. And this whole idea with g5, g4 maybe was just a little bit too slow here. He could have just played the move f4 immediately.
Right.
If you play the move f4 now, just g takes f4.
And if I go rook F5, so
Rook-
I'm looking
rook
at
takes
F4,
b5.
rook takes b5, rook takes F4. I was hoping that I was going to go splat on the king side.
Queen h4, activating the queen.
Queen h4. And Magnus's clock is ticking away.
Right,
Yeah,
he's
it's very
thinking
unclear now, the
for
position.
about 40
Wow,
seconds
I'm
now.
just going to refresh my board, everybody. Do not panic. Where am I? Where am I?
And we just so quickly, MBL also won his game.
We do have F4 on the board, GF, rook H5, not
He's
rook
just
F5.
going for mate.
Yeah, they do say that checkmate ends the game, is the goal.
But white can play
Rook
queen
takes
on g3,
B5,
right?
he's done it. Rook takes F4, this was Magnus's. And the sacrifice of the queen for the two rooks.
Whoa.
We've seen this material imbalance
Magnus may
throughout
have missed that.
the tournament, but wait
Rook
a minute.
b5? Can I take rook b5 first?
Rook b5, and there's a check on b1, and Magnus spotted it.
Oh, but just rook f1.
Yeah, because he took his
So
rook.
you
What-
just exchanged the rooks in a very strange way.
But the good news for Magnus's fans is this knight.
Knight is bad, but Duda
Rook
does
takes?
have an extra pawn.
Well, there it goes. If he did, I didn't make
he
I
did,
didn't make
but
the
now
count. Bishops of
opposite
opposite color bishop, but
Is black still better, Var?
It's equal at the moment. I think white will have some counterplay with that a file.
Bishop a5. That was a good move. Frustrated Duda there. You saw Duda kind of like smirking, like, why did I? Ooh, g3. Why did I allow this? Wait a minute. Rook
wow.
h2
And
check
he keeps
and
making moves with 1 second on the clock.
well,
Duda.
never mind that. But
I think that's important.
he's losing. He's losing. You can't take on h5.
Well, not yet, but if the king finally comes back to the game like it did,
I don't know. This is looking really, really good for Magnus.
with this time control, yes.
Yes. And Magnus
Oh.
is saying
h4 is gone, so
bishop check, rook check. Uh-oh.
I mean, definitely way easier to play this with black pieces.
Of course, but
But if it's actually winning, I'm not sure.
not sure either anymore. Jeez.
Probably not. And if Duda saves this again,
It's just remarkable. I mean, he has more lives than an alley cat, I tell you. I thought maybe bishop d2 check, just to kind of kick the king a little bit further away from the pawn. Oh,
oh, Magnus up a pawn again, so he has chances to win again. I think Duda just blundered that pawn.
most likely, but the rook on g5 is not making a great impression. Uh-oh. It's going to be one of those time scrambles where the king comes to e3 so that you could go rook takes e4. Check.
Oh,
It's feeling like
coming.
it's winning.
Yeah.
king to d2 to e3, and
maybe even rook f4, rook e4 was
rook
winning.
e4,
Yeah.
yes.
And then d3.
Magnus'
Exactly.
technique to win equal endgames.
Is unparalleled. King
I don't think
f1, king
there's
f1?
Anyone else who does that?
King f1 was almost a zugzwang, I wanted to say.
I mean, there's almost checkmate also coming.
He needs to sacrifice the rook for that bishop. That's the
key.
That's the key idea here.
And if I go g2, no, he didn't want to go.
G2, I think just rook a2 check. It'll be just a lot of checks on a first and
Would be a
second
lot
rank.
of checks. Okay, fair. And you know what he wants to do. He's telegraphing his move of exchange sacrifice. And same
Now-
story. Rook is coming to come to e8. Rook is coming to e8.
It's not that direct because every time he threatens to take it, Duda moves his bishop.
Well, here it goes. Take the
Okay, he has
bishop.
to take it now.
Take the
There we
bishop.
go.
And Duda shaking his head as he's recognized he's in a losing position, d3, and Magnus rocks and rolls.
It's the case where two pawns are better than a rook.
Yeah, and
Wow.
there it is. Magnus doing what he has to do, 5 in a row. Now that,
Actually, very believable, but amazing.
it's amazing. I have seen
Wow.
it throughout his
Wonderful
career.
game.
He is an extraordinarily gifted player.
I'm looking at this round, and we didn't have a single draw. All 5 decisive results.
Wow, what can we say? Blitz is great. But there was a couple of moments there when Duda made moves with just a second on his clock, and here, through the magic of television, is one of them.
There is one, and I think he did that twice in a row.
Yeah, and here it comes again, because rook check and bishop d2 on Magnus' agenda. And
How did he-
somehow,
Like
just,
how?
yeah, like,
Time
right?
froze.
Like, how did they do that? It's like, they have an instinct, VAR. How do you know when to slap your clock with a mere second on it?
Yeah, it's very tough.
It's tough. And we'll take a look at our standings after the completion of our first day of Blitz.
All
Nazi,
right.
do the honors.
Jan still in the lead, but only half point ahead Magnus Carlsen.
Wow.
And then half point behind Wesley saw. And well, we didn't get to see that game, but Levon lost his last game, so he's in the 4th place now.
Okay. And there you can see who the Blitz expert specialists really are. By the way, hat tip to Kirill with 5.5 points in the Blitz. You know,
Good day
in
for him
this
today.
galaxy of stars, that's impressive as we prepare to wrap up. But VAR, you're...
But MVL also still has chances. He's only half point behind.
Yeah, because of those standings. As we get ready for...
We're waiting to interview Magnus.
Yes, who's...
I'm sure he's in a very good mood.
And
What
quite
a
the
day
day.
he had.
Wow.
So he won 5 games in a row.
5 in a row. And Wesley is not doing that bad. He's a couple of wins for him at the end. He's in a striking distance.
He's in the 3rd place, right?
Yeah, 1
Right.
point behind Duda.
Nice.
Wow, and even though Magnus got outplayed against Wesley
To start.
to start with,
Right.
and then he comes back and wins 5 games.
Yeah, and let's jump to Warsaw with Magnus and Cristian.
Magnus, you started the day 3 points behind Duda. Now you're only half a point behind Duda, and you were actually surprised by that.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't. I made like a conscious effort not to look at the standings all day, partly because it's nicer to look at it when you're doing well. But yeah, obviously now it's anyone's game.
You started off slowly, you lost the game, but after that you just started. You won 5 in a row, basically. What changed at that point?
Not too much. To be honest, like I didn't feel so good today. I mean, I stayed up to watch the Miami-Boston
NBA
game.
finals.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to go to sleep, but then the game was exciting, and then but the problem was I couldn't sleep so well early today. So yeah, I didn't feel great, and to be honest, like the amount of luck I had.
A turning point, actually. the
Yeah,
game against Anish.
Yeah, no, it's just for each of those 5 games to all end in wins. Like so many things had to go right, but I'll take it, of course.
Of course. And let's talk about this last game, because You definitely came out with an aggressive stance.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, but this was an insane moment. Like, why on earth did I not go knight a5? That's what I realized. Like right after, because I was thinking that the pawn was hanging, but after knight c2, I was thinking that I need to go
A4.
bishop d4 first, bishop d7 first, and then. But anyway, I mean, so many things happened.
And what's the strategical point behind knight a5? Just
yeah, you just want to clamp down on the queen side, and then as long as white doesn't have like attacking chances on the king side, you have a space advantage and a bishop pair. So the long-term prospects are pretty nice.
And you were outplaying him, but then things
Yeah,
got a bit wild.
Yeah.
When do you feel like you're losing a little bit
Oh
of
no,
control?
I was losing control here because I mean I could tell that my position was probably winning, but I had no idea what to do.
And you had 2 minutes, and he had only 13 seconds. So. You know,
Yeah, but here, like, up to this point, at least for a while, like, all of my moves have been completely automatic, and now I actually have to think, and I failed spectacularly.
All right, let's see. G5, G4. Slow,
Yeah, like,
slow.
ideas like rook e8, then knight c2, bishop d5, I didn't think about it at all. Like, just to hold...
Rook e8,
yeah, but
maybe
here,
not.
I knew that this f4 stuff was crazy, but I just didn't...
It's
I just
probably
didn't
the best
see what
move,
to do.
actually, at this point.
No, at this point, but this whole plan, yeah, was insane.
Yeah. Then you guys got to this endgame.
Yeah,
which
I'm
seemed
probably
like
not
it's-
worse, but I'm not really better either.
Oh, for a second you thought that you might even be worse.
Yeah, like a little bit before, but now, yeah. I mean, basically, we just got to this kind of position, and like once I get this h pawn, with seconds, I think I'm considerably more likely to win than he is to make a draw, because I can just move around forever, and it's really funny that we're just playing on opposite color complexes, and nothing's really, you know, vulnerable. But eventually, I figured I should be able to get to the
You get the king and get the
bishop
bishop
to
on
get
the
to the
floor.
bishop.
Magnus, congratulations. Huge day for you at the
Yeah, I
end.
should say one thing though.
Yes.
So I did play the. So first of all, huge congratulations to my good friend and coach Peter, who has his 50th birthday today. So I asked him yesterday if he had any wishes. And his wish was that I play the Danish Gambit. And that's what I tried to do against Levon. So I'm sure he'll be happy about that.
And also, he is not here with you because of his 5th year anniversary, right?
Yeah, also, like, he usually doesn't come to all the rapid events, so that's normal.
What are you going to do tonight in preparation for tomorrow?
I think we're going to play some football with the people here, so it could be fun.
That should be fun.
Yeah.
Magnus, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Christian, congratulations. Peter Heine Nielsen, longtime coach of Magnus. Danish Gambit, happy birthday
what a great
present.
birthday gift.
Let's take some line scores, starting with the player in 3rd place, Levon Aronian.
I think he's in
Fourth.
the 4th right now.
I apologize for that.
He had a
Good
mixed
start.
day, yes, but very bad finish.
But a
In the last game,
very
he had a
bad-
chance, actually. He could have maybe won the game, but made a blunder and immediately lost the game. So it was a 1-point swing in the round number 9 against Rapport.
Very unfortunate for Levon.
Right, who comes up next? Magnus in 2nd position.
And that
That's
looks
why
so beautiful.
It does.
5 ones in a row.
It's like that picket fence, you know. I twice won 7 classical games in a row. It looks so nice on the cross table. But that's very impressive, 5 in the blitz. And how about our 1st place leader?
Our leader, Duda, also big swings.
That's only 50%, 3 wins, 3 losses.
And 3 draws.
And remember, he's
Very
the
even.
defending champion. Last year when he won it, he didn't win the Rapids. He won it through the Blitz. He came in big time. So he's not going to be happy about his 50% in the Blitz day 1. But day 2 Blitz coming up tomorrow. And I got to say, I feel like the tournament's up for grabs.
Absolutely. I think Magnus is back, and the half a point lead with 9 games to go, anything can happen. And they're going to play each other in the last round tomorrow.
Yes, the colors will all be switched.
Magnus will have white in that game.
And it might be for all
But
the
like
marbles
Magnus
as well.
said, for him to win 5 games in a row, so many things had to go his way.
Right. And let's jump to Warsaw as Cristian is with Wesley So.
Wesley, you were keeping contact with the leaders all throughout this event, and you were definitely trying, even signaling, not playing the Berlin, playing A6, trying to keep the game going against Kirill. And you had some chances in that one as well, but you did finish with an important victory. Sum your day for us.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty tough day, but you know, I just take one day at a time, take chances whenever it appears, and just play hard. I mean, I'm kind of regretting going for such a complex variation against Anish Giri. You know, I had the white pieces there. It was a good chance, but I got over ambitious, and then he punished me for that. But I'm just trying to play some good chess, you know, if possible.
Speaking of good chess, let's analyze this game, the final one against Bogdan. Bogdan was having a pretty decent event. He was definitely upsetting some people.
Yeah, I mean, he's had very bad days, and he's had some good days. Like the first day, he lost all 3 rapid games.
Yes.
And then after that, he recovered. Also here, he won 2 in a row at some point. So it's been like when he's in good form, he can play really well. You know, full respect to him. But he's very well prepared in the opening, so that's why I decided to.
You're trying to take him out early on, yeah?
Go for this line. Yeah, because he's been well prepared in 1 E4, E5 openings. He made an easy draw against Magnus in the Petrov. So he's pretty well versed. I'm a bit surprised that he plays knight after E3 with white when he's such a good theoretician. But he kind of mixed up his opening real early. I thought black should try to prevent bishop D3 and E4 by like playing knight A5 here, so that bishop D3 can be by bishop E4.
Maybe bishop to E4, yeah.
Yeah, that's the entire plan. So actually, I played this against him before, back in 2019 in Gibraltar.
Okay.
So, but then he mixed up his move order, and after E4, he thought for.
So E5 is already a mistake.
Well, E5 was a blunder.
Yes.
So, then he.
What's the point behind it? Because this E4 looks
E-
aggressive, right?
Yeah, because now I
A3.
get the D5. I mean, I think this is just losing for black after. I'm gonna play bishop F5.
So you sacrifice the pawn, pick it up later, but you just have this amazing attack, yeah? Going.
Yeah. Black always has to be a bit careful because the rook is on the same, is directly attacking the enemy queen.
Big pin, yes.
Yeah, so after E5 he started shaking his head a lot, and then he spent 2.5 minutes. But there was no way to prepare the situation. I was very happy when I sacked the piece with knight takes E5. I guess maybe it's not the best move, but when you have 2 bishops and a few pawns, I think knight takes E5 is actually the best move.
From a practical perspective, for sure. Maybe even objectively.
Yeah, probably, because the bishops are just too strong. Then I just want to grab a pawn as much as possible. But actually, E5 was a mistake. Huh? I guess he got MC queen 7. He could have defended better.
Yes, but still the position even here remains very difficult for him.
Yeah, but it's been an interesting, day for me. Now, obviously, very happy to beat Magnus. I'm sure I'm gonna want to have his revenge very badly after that. But maybe he should thank me actually, because he got very motivated after.
He got angry after he lost against you. That's true.
Yeah. He had Bogdan tried to slow him down a bit, I believe, right? But then after that, he just got on a roll.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with 1 day to go, you are 1 point behind Duda, half a point behind Magnus. What do you need to do tomorrow to win this event? Because I'm sure these are your ambitions.
Well, if I play like I did today, I think winning first place is not easy because you got Magnus. I thought Magnus would be in bad form after the first couple of days, but he started to pick up. Like I thought before this event, like maybe he hasn't looked at chess for an entire month, but apparently he has. So it's still very difficult to.
It's never safe to count him out, yeah.
Yeah, if you win, if you score +5 on Blitz on 1 day, and then you score another good then it's very difficult to stop you. Like last year, remember Fabiano had +10, and it's just unimaginable to me how anyone can score +10 on 18 games. But I think if I played like I did today, just try to avoid too many blunders and play some good chess, then maybe I'll have a chance. Because I think other than my game against Anish Giri, my games today were pretty okay.
Definitely a good plan, Wesley, and we'll let you go, get some rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Get some sleep,
Get some sleep in.
Right.
Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Wesley, and thank you, Cristian. I mean, that's +5 there. Just to remind everybody of our schedule, tomorrow is our last day.
Right, don't forget to join us for the last day. It's going to be exciting. 9 more rounds of Blitz and playoffs if necessary.
Oh, that will be exciting. I wonder what the playoff scenario might look like. That would require a tie, of course. And Var, very eventful day 1 of Blitz. A lot of roller coaster rides for the players. What were your thoughts watching it unfold?
Absolutely, yes. So that's why we like the Blitz format, and there were a lot of chances. For Levon, unfortunately, he just, at the very end, he stumbled. If he didn't lose this last game against Ricci, he would have been okay, but now he is falling a little bit behind. But Magnus, 5 in a row, and if he continues plays this way, I think he's going to be able to just surpass Duda and win the tournament. But Wesley is also playing well, so 1 point only behind the leader, so I think he's got his chances as well. So I'm very excited to see these 9 Blitz games tomorrow.
Right, and thank you for that. And let's just go to final thoughts from Warsaw, Poland.
Well, right now my heart is racing. Just incredible games all throughout the day. Swings, thrills, and spills. But Anastasia, you actually lived that last final game from inside the playing hall, that game between Duda and Magnus. How did that feel?
I was there, yes, one of the spectators, and it felt really, really tense, The boss players were fighting until the end, and you could see it on the boards, but also after the game was over, like all emotions started to come out, and Magnus was so emotional, people were applauding. He still put his pieces back to the starting position. He has this habit, no matter what, he always puts pieces back. So it was really, really intense moment, and I would like to tell to our viewers that we have all these small videos in our social media accounts already published, so please come there, Grand Chess Tour, follow us, and you will see more and more information from the event.
Well, definitely the script is not yet ready, but it's definitely going to be an exciting finish. So many possibilities, so many narratives, and everything is going to be concluded tomorrow. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. I just want to say thank you for joining us, sharing your day. It's all or nothing for tomorrow. Everything to play for, Nazi.
What a show Magnus gave us.
He sure
all the
did.
players, of course, but
Absolutely.
especially Magnus.
Absolutely. We'll see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.